Hello, everybody. It's his Indigenous Monstrosity, and I am Monstrositus X. And this is story time, week number 4. And we're gonna see what's going on. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Ooh. All right. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. I didn't switch over the screen. Sorry. Let's see if that works. Let's get that off of there. This was not good. All right. Here we go. Hey. Is this what I'm supposed to be seeing? I don't think this is what I'm supposed to be seeing. This is what the world is seeing. And okay. I guess this is it. Let me see what I can pull off here. Oh, I got the chance. All right. What else do I want to do? I want to work on this, but I also want to see. I was online trying to pick a fleet with your man with with my man John Malin, and so I what was that? So I was let me see. I should do all of these. Catch all of these. That's the bride. That's Frankie. And that's the deformity. Oh, that's right. That's her head. Why can't I get them all? Okay. Let me see. Something's wrong. Something just ain't right. Hey, Al. Here you go. I see you. I see you. Hold on. Let me get you in here, man. Let me get you in here. I don't see you. I don't see you in the. Go to your DMs. I think I left the link. Or do I have a private? No. think I left the link in your DMs. Making coffee. Right there. Okay. No problem. All right. So. Let me see the deformity. The deformity. Yeah, yeah. There's another one. And there's another one. Another. You see, I'm checking for you. Checking for you. Okay. You ain't here yet. I'm saving all the good stuff. See, I should be talking instead of waiting. Well, I'm gonna have to repeat it, but yeah. So I was picking a fight on Twitter with John Malin, but like he ain't really trying to hear me yet. But I'm gonna have to finish this drawing, and so what I was telling them is that the deformity that's him. The deformity, and that's the new version, which is this when he's gonna be all updated. Matter of fact, I should do an updated version. I'm gonna shrink this and I'm gonna try and do a overlay on this and maybe I could shrink it down or something. I want to try and shrink it down, copy it. I'm gonna copy to another layer and see if I can turn it into a. Okay. I'm coming. Where are you? Did you get the link? Hey, Praise the God, though. Where are you? How come I'm not seeing y'all? How come I'm not seeing y'all, man? Did you get the link? I can't see if y'all got the link. Hot Rebel, you told me you had a Twitter, but it was old and dusty. If you got a link and a setup, I'll invite you in. We could talk. I'm not getting any responses. I don't know what's going on. Okay. It must be a delay because I'm just getting your response. Yeah, send me a message so that I can connect to you, and I'll send you a link. Let me see if you got no messages yet. Oh, there you go. Hey, what's going, Gargoyle?
Yo, how you doing?
Just chilling. I'm trying to see if oops. I don't think I was supposed to show that.
I didn't see any porn. You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get Hot Rebel in here.
You got ink spots going on competing against you right now, so but
Ink
he's not
Spot?
gonna yeah, he's probably gonna have three people on or three people watching.
Who, the Ink Spots?
Yeah.
Who's the Ink Spots?
Ink spots? He's the colors for Cash Grab.
Oh.
He's a funny guy. He's also Uh, he also did some of the barn raising shows with me, Narwhal, and Scotsman.
Okay.
But his show, he's got Rob Willis on there, who was the artist for Shinobi Sasquatch.
Okay. No, I'm talking about Hot Rebel. I seen him in the chat.
Yeah. How you
And
doing, Hot Rebel? I've seen you say hi to me.
okay.
I didn't want to be a dick.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I can send him a link. He said he has a Twitter account, but it's old and dusty.
Could be the phone has a hard time connecting. The
Yeah.
phone just has a shitty browser.
Yeah.
So, who knows? Who knows?
Yes, I was talking about how I was trying to pick a fight with John Malin, and with those drawings with the he said, "What's my Twitter? Same name, same name. Everything's the same."
Yeah. The thing I learned from John from last year, the guy, if the motherfucker's on fire, the guy won't acknowledge it.
He won't acknowledge who? John Malin?
John Malin, he won't acknowledge it. Like, there was this one day I was straight up telling him about YouTube.
He said he can't hear you.
Hots?
Yeah, Hoth Rebel said he can't hear you.
Let me do a microphone check again. It says everything
I can hear you
on my end. Huh.
Let me see if I can see if he's.
I'm using a Beats headset. How's that?
I'm not getting no response yet.
Can you hear me now?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Hang on, let me stop my cam real quick. It says on my avatar even sounds coming out through. Huh.
Oh, there he is. That's you. Yeah. I see you.
Huh.
How's the stream? Can you see everything looks good?
Me or Rebel?
No, the stream, me. Because I'm not sure if what I'm seeing is right.
I see your deformity.
Okay.
Paper pencil.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I haven't worked on the scene as much. It's because I've been trying to learn clip paint, clip studio. Whatever you call it.
Yeah. Clip studio.
It's interesting. It's going to be a process, but it's not difficult.
It just takes a minute to get through all of and really memorize everything so that it gets easier.
Yeah. Lucky for me, I only work an hour a night, so time on drawing and clip studio is pretty much okay for me. As long as I can learn and get better at it. But yeah.
This is Half Metal. I'm sending him Half Rebel.
But the roughest I left on is I was experimenting instead, because one thing I never learned about ferrets until recently, or didn't really care to think about then till just recently, was ferrets are quite good climbers.
Yeah.
They can climb anything. They just don't know how to climb down.
And they're relentless hunters.
Two very good things. So I drew a segment in the beginning, instead of the ferret like going through the apartment building. Why doesn't he just climb up the side?
Go to your messages, House Rebel. Your messages, the link is right there. You were saying? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just drawing a segment of ferret scaling buildings.
Yeah.
Try to use that ferret ability.
Yeah, I saw what him. He looked like he was crawling along a shelf.
Yeah,
a ledge. Yeah, I saw
kind of like scaling up to get a view of the brood he's trying to wrest out of a window, opposed to lock picking out the door, and still get that kind of feel from the beginning of Midnight Run, but it's not Midnight Run.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, I was talking about how I was trying to pick a fight with John Malin, and so I have to finish these drawings to make my point, because otherwise he's not gonna want to hear me. But if I post the stuff up in color and inked up and looking good, I think he'll choose to listen a little bit more readily.
Yeah, Malin's, like I said, Malin's one of those guys. If you tell him he's on fire, he's like, "No, I'm not." This one year, like I said, his likes weren't working. I kept on liking this live stream video, and every time I went back to the chat, my like would disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to tell him that. He's like, "No, you're just hitting the like wrong." I'm like, "Motherfucker, I know how I'm hitting the like. I'm straight up telling you that YouTube is disabling the like button."
Yeah.
Anya. "Oh, no, it's fine. And this is what Malin's telling me on the stream, like out loud. "It's okay. You just don't know how to press the like button." I'm like, "You dumb cocksucker." I do. So I literally had to videotape.
He is fucking with you.
Yeah, I literally had to videotape it and be like, "Listen, you fucking moron, this is what's happening, and you're not getting all the likes you should be getting." And then I send the same video to Zach to see if Zach, and Zach's like, "Oh, that's weird."
Same thing was happening to Zach.
Well, Zach is the only one who's brought up, YouTube does something weird with his likes and notifications. So, and this goes for everybody in Comicsgate. Like, there's something weird, and now later, here's John Malin. Everybody's like, "Oh, there's stuff going on weird with our likes and subscriptions now." Oh, now after I fucking told you.
Did you hear what Jeremy from the Quartering said? He said, Jeremy of the Quartering said that there's a new thing that they're doing where they trying to make some new law worse than that copper law.
Oh, geez.
Yes, where if you doing any type of advertisements and children have anything to do with it or under 16, that they're gonna come after y'all. They're gonna come after people. I know I don't do anything under 16. Well, I don't know, because they might consider some of those cloth figures to be under 16, but I'm not advertised yet. I'm not monetized yet. So I don't know. In the future, hopefully if I can get monetized, I won't have to worry about that. But
it's kind of a hard thing to be in, because it's the same thing with video games,
Yeah.
How do you be like, okay, video games, obviously it's a kids market, but then you got video games that are for an audience, more adult audience.
But I don't understand how come the parents aren't responsible for their children. They're putting everything on us, and we already put that our videos. I even put rated R on my videos, so that
it's because parents don't want to be accountable for anything. They never did.
But these it's not our responsibilities to raise their kids.
Exactly.
It should, and then these politicians are saying that we're responsible, that we have to take down. We can't make money, and we already put disclaimers on everything. What are we supposed to do next? How if y'all keep moving the goalposts and keep saying, well, you can't do that, and then a year later, now you can't do that, and then a year later, oh well, you can't do that. Then how are you supposed to do anything?
It's simple. It's exactly what they're doing and exactly what they did. If It's not working the way they want. They're just going to ban it.
And especially with comic books, they're going to try and say that we're pointing it towards kids, and we're not.
Look at e-cigarettes right now. Regardless of if it's an issue, like here in Nevada, as stupid as it sounds, they made vaping illegal. You can smoke cigarettes and cigars in public places, but you can't vape.
It's ridiculous.
I'm like, really? That is
I never liked the
thing.
idea of vaping anyway. I believe that all of those chemicals, because if you no longer smoking cigarettes, how are they going to keep you addicted? So they got to put those chemicals in there some kind of way. And now it's all chemicals because there's no tobacco, there's nothing. It's all chemicals. So I never agreed with that anyway. People said, "Oh, you can't smell it. It's just a smell." I said, "Yo, I don't want that in my lungs. I don't want that around me. It's worse than cigarettes to me because you can't smell it coming."
Yeah. I don't disagree with you. There's sometimes where it's just annoying. Like my little brother, he'll just blow that in my face. I'm like, dude, can you blow it anywhere else? It's not that important. It's the same thing as a cigarette.
It's all chemicals, man. It's worse than a cigarette because at least there was some tobacco there. But now it's just chemicals and that they make into vapor.
Well, to me,
and stuff.
Well, for me, I live in Vegas, so either you're going to have to ban smoking at all of it because they have legal pot, but public pot use is illegal.
Yeah.
So public vaping use is now illegal too. So the only thing that is legal is cigars and cigarettes, which I think is ridiculous. Either all three of them need to be legal, or you need to just remove. You need to just have all three of them because it's just ridiculous. You got people who are publicly drinking, and that's against the law, but cops can't enforce that law because there's so many people who are publicly drinking. It's hard for them to keep up with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, you can't stop somebody for publicly drinking, and then they have like fucking 50 other people walking by them. Well, Are you gonna fucking bust them too?
I don't know, man. With the way they're going now, they're making laws against everything. Everything is illegal to do. It's like they say it's supposed to be more progressive, but it feels like it's getting worse. You can't talk. You can't go online and do anything. And I'm just getting in here. I'm just trying to start.
I agree. It is getting worse. We were the most progressive, I think, in the 90s and early 2000s. Even in the 80s, we were more progressive, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot more freedom. There was nobody telling you and looking over your shoulder and cameras everywhere. And it's felt more free. I don't know.
There was opportunities in businesses for everybody. Everybody was coming up and doing something in the world. Didn't matter who they were.
That's the difference, that the internet offers all of this opportunity. But now that we found a place to get this opportunity, they're trying to restrict it.
Because they want their money in the pot, and what they realize is the bigger guys are losing the check, and they want the bigger guys to have it because they want to dictate who's the one who gets the rest of the cheddar from this delicious pot.
Yeah, well, they can't keep it all. You can't dictate, especially when you're not choosing to do the right thing.
Exactly.
If you're not choosing to do the right thing, then I don't see how you expect to. I don't see how you expect to have this.
Well, I was going to say that's the problem with what happened with the 21st century. In that time, somehow it came out there that if you don't do this and you don't buy this, or if you don't like this product, you're this type of ist against this type of group.
Yeah. And that's the craziest thing, because we didn't even experience that back in the days. where you was automatically a racist just because. At least back in the day when somebody was calling you a name, you knew what it was for. Now they just calling you because you don't agree with their politics, because you don't want to side with them. You're not necessarily against them, but you just don't want to agree with them.
Right.
And automatically that makes you an ist or phobic or whatever or ism, and that's just crazy.
It's nuts.
It's absolutely crazy. And then they're giving people jobs under these same stipulations. People who have no talent, the salaries have gone in the gutter because of it, because these people are talentless hacks, and the comic books is falling into the toilet because of the talentless hacks. They only got a couple of guys who know how to write anymore, and they have to stick to the company line. Otherwise, they're out. You have to push diversity. You have to pray to their God of diversity. That's what I made a video talking about. They brought back heresy, because now if you talk against their God, they want to burn you at the stake. You talk against diversity and they want to burn you at the stake. It's just like back in the 1800s.
Yep.
How can they say that this is progress?
It's not.
So, yeah. So, what happened to? Were you at House Rebel? I saw his account. I left him a link.
Damn. Speaking of progress.
I see what happened. It would be under another name. His account, I think, is under another name.
I'll be honest, I'm not feeling that new Batman movie.
I'm not liking it at all either. I don't like the outfit. I don't like the actor. I think he's way too. I understand what Ethan says about that he'll appeal to the young girls because he's from that Twilight crap, but I think they should. I think young women like rugged looking men just as much as these effeminate looking men. And this dude, I don't think he makes for a good Batman. I just don't see it.
To be honest, they need to stick with more American actors to be Batman. I'm tired of them pulling British people and
I wish they would I just wish they would find a dude who looks like he's spent his life training and really torturing himself over the death of his parents. That's what I'm saying. This guy doesn't look tortured. He looks like a sulking boyfriend. I don't like that dude. Well, not for Batman. I never seen him in anything that I did like, so it's not like I dislike him. It's just that I haven't seen him in anything quality. Only thing that I remember him from is that Twilight stuff, and I didn't like it. It was too slow and boring. Nothing happened in there. There was no real excitement. It was boring.
I only watched the Twilight where they get married. That was so fucking stupid.
I watched all of them, but it was all boring because I wanted to see what it was about. I can't talk about it if I never watch it. So I would try to give it at least one try, and that was just something I had to force myself through it.
What was I gonna say? Well, for me also, looking at the pictures of the Batmobile and Robert Pattinson, they
it's House Rebel. House Rebel, join the crew.
Praise the goddamn.
Hey, praise the goddamn. How you doing? Can you hear us?
Doing good.
Hail, Rebel.
Hail, Gargoyle.
All right. I'm glad you joined. Now you just get yourself a picture for your little icon there. So I gotta update mine. So I've been trying to do some new openings for my videos and working on some voiceovers and stuff. So
Right on.
um
You guys are talking about Batman.
yeah.
All I was gonna say was the latest Batman movie. It reminds me, if you look at it and read the script, all it is the Arfonsky Miller Batman Year One. From what it looks like, they redusted up the script. That's why they casted Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman, is because Catwoman was originally described like that in the Frank Miller Arfonsky version of Batman. So don't be surprised if Alfred becomes a overweight man who's an auto mechanic named Big Al.
Wow. I know they keep doing all of these changes, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. All these race changes and gender changes and all of this stuff. Why can't you just make good new characters?
Yeah, from scratch.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? I don't understand. What's wrong with making new women characters, new lesbians, gays, whatever you want to do, but just put them in and see how they stack up. Why you gotta destroy everything that people created before you? Like, I was watching Shane the other day. Y'all ever seen Shane, that old cowboy movie?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, and in that you see what it's like. They teach your children what it's like to be a man and stand up honorably in a fist fight. I know that's the bad thing these days, teaching violence and stuff, but that's what you're talking about.
That's the real world. You can't avoid violence.
Exactly. Kids are gonna have to stand up. Teachers are not going to be there on the spot when somebody's bullying them. Parents are not going to be there on the spot when somebody's bullying them. So if you can't teach them to stand up and at least take that L like a man and let the bully know that it's not going to be an easy day, that's what it's all about.
Kids, it's when you grow up to be an adult. These people are still there.
Well, it comes from the childhood. Yeah. It comes from that childhood, because if you don't know how to, if you wait till you 20, 30 to start learning, that's what makes you moist, and you're still gonna be ineffective. You gotta learn it from a youngster, because that's what they used to teach us when we was young. Yo, you gotta learn how to stand up, represent yourself as a man. And now it's a bad thing to be a man. But in that movie, they also show you the kindness, how a man will help each other, how they was helpful with each other, and how they was generous and thoughtful and all of these things. It wasn't just about fighting and shooting and killing. And they make it seem like being a man is only about this brutish behavior, when it's not. That's only a part of it.
There's a toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
And all that stuff.
And it's not. That's just one part of being a man. How are you supposed to protect your family? And you see some of these videos that some of the guys have out that they're making laws, given the job that the man used to have. Now we got to pay in order for women to be protected, when the man used to do that very same thing. So in order for the woman to be without the man, or to get rid of him, in so to speak, it's this whole.
Well, to kind of piggyback on what you said, is obviously I work in Vegas, so we got, or Nevada, so we got prostitutes and strippers who are demanding for their sex work safer work environments. It's like, bitch, you choose not to work in the legal brothels because you're so greedy about your money, and you decide to live under this pimp who beats you for not having the money instead of
And
working at this legal brothel where you're protected by laws.
what kind of it's you're the one who's now a lot of women these days think that the sex trade is a optional job
It's
when
not.
back in the days it wasn't. It was something that you basically got into because you was on drugs or you was forced into it or you had to come up that way because you was on the street as a young child or something, that like that, something that you would be sort of forced into doing in one way in order to survive. But now it's like a job option. And I don't understand. You're choosing this and then you're getting mad at what the results are.
It's because once again, it's the man's fault and the male's gaze fault forced him to do this. And it's like, no, you could have been a cop. There's tons of cops that are fucking sexy as hell. There's this one cop, black lady who follows me, who also cooks.
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was a cop until I saw her in uniform. Like, damn, a cooking cop. And then when I got into guns, and of course the media always puts out gun owners and gun people. It's a white thing.
Oh, I saw that video about the dude that shot up the place, shot up his own place. He I guess he thought he had emptied the chamber or something, and it went off.
Oh yeah, that dummy.
Yeah. Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers had did a video about that, and he the guy got up there and was apologizing, and I think they're gonna take his channel from him, and I think he belongs to some kind of gaming thing or whatever, and I think that they kicked him out of that. He's got a lot of problems coming. I think they're coming for his gun permit and everything. So a lot of problems is heading his way.
I guess depending what state he's in, he's fucked. But that's why you don't sit there and be stupid like my EDC. First rule they say: if you walk around with your gun live, EDC, people are talking about it on your hip. You don't draw it out. You don't draw it out, regardless.
Yeah.
You don't.
Isn't that called like brandishing?
Yeah, brandishing. But brandishing is more of threatening. Well, he was kind of threatening somebody with it, but I've like.
Well, if you got it out, especially if it's supposed to be holstered or whatever, jacketed, and you got it out, they can say that you're brandishing.
Well, I've shown my guns on channels upon request for drawing.
Oh, that's on the channel, but I'm talking about when people are in the immediate area.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna have people that's gonna say, "Yeah, he's crazy. He's got a gun."
Yeah. But even with your well, that's probably the only gun he had. So
yeah. So I was talking about picking a fight with John Malin. And so I had this character that I created years ago, and I don't know if y'all saw that video, but there was this movie.
I'm grabbing him.
There was this movie called Prophecy. Not the Prophecy with Christopher Walken about the angels and the demons.
No, he wasn't. Shut up.
Big dog. What's that, a German Shepherd?
He wasn't out there for an hour.
Sound like a
10 minutes.
Yeah, that's a big dog.
Just because he fucking runs in and out like an idiot barking all fucking day doesn't mean he's been out there for an hour.
What kind of dog is that?
German Shepherd.
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Oh, he gets right.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I grew up with German Shepherds. I know German Shepherds. I've had like at least 6 of them when from a child up to my adulthood, and then I changed over to Rottweilers.
Hmm.
Yeah. Best advice I have with the German Shepherd: if you get one, make sure the person you get the German Shepherd agrees with everything how to train a German Shepherd. Otherwise, don't bother getting a fucking dog. Period.
Yeah, well, you gotta know how to treat a dog.
Well, that's good and great if you know how, but if you're training somebody with somebody else and they're doing it completely different, it's useless.
Yeah, well, only one master.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I was going at it. I was trying to pick a fight, and I was talking about this character, the deformity, and I created him from this movie this horror movie from back in the late 70s with Talia Shire, the Rocky's wife.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oof.
I don't know why they keep calling me right in the middle of my stream. I think they did the same thing last week. And it's probably just nobody.
Ooh.
Shut up.
On YouTube, I can't hear audio. I can hear X, but I can't hear Gargoyle on the.
You can't hear him?
feed.
Hang on. Hello?
There's a delay.
Let me see.
Oh,
Says my audio's going.
there's
Can
a
you hear
delay.
me?
From
Did
YouTube,
you hear
there's
the
a
dog
delay.
barking?
No.
You didn't hear the dog barking? Oh yeah, he's definitely not hearing you because
Hey,
that was loud.
I hear Hoth.
He can hear you. There's some bad connection going from you to Ha.
Huh. That's weird. I can hear him fine. Did he mute me specifically?
I don't know. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I did something wrong.
Weird. Yeah. So I can't hear me or Gargoyle. Just Monstrositus.
You can't. Well, all of the mics are hot.
Huh.
Huh.
All of the mics look hot, so I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, I can hear Monstrositus.
Am I supposed to be sharing your screen, Gargoyle?
If you want to.
Okay, let me see.
I was just sharing with you all. Show the learning process of what I'm done doing with clip art.
Tell me what you got. Is it up? Want to make sure it's up.
Like I said, this is just a practice of what I've already done because and the bad part was I was working on this earlier and I lost the file, so I pretty much had to put the whole thing back together again. Okay. Everything's, of course, drawings from Bristol boards from scratch that I'm putting on here and just trying to practice my inks. Oh, I don't have the full drawing for that anymore. Oof. Still learning.
Looks like you're getting that, eh?
It's a learning curve.
Well, that's all in shadow, the one in the orange?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, it's supposed to be like a nighttime tungsten light, kind of illuminating everything.
Yeah.
And in the background, I'm gonna finish that with a Mignola style stained glass window.
Oh, okay.
So there's gonna be some cool stained glass, but really this is trying to show off some kind of lighting and tones. I'm trying to figure right here, see if I'm gonna darken him up and make him more of a silhouette at this part, and then
Yeah.
just illuminate the Hoyt.
Maybe you might have to at that distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would look good like that, though. I
Yeah.
would like that. That was my original plan, but I kind of drew the whole thing out so I could play with
Yeah.
lighting and shape. But this part is where this guy is basically, based off a BTK killer. He's just basically a shape right now,
Yeah.
getting crucified. Basically,
Oh.
part if you're familiar with that.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening. They getting ready to crucify homie.
Yep.
Oh.
And then yeah, he's fucking this dude up. Basically, he's crucifying him, and then he grabs another dude who's a
I saw that
pedophile.
cross. I saw that cross there, and I didn't put the 2 and 2 together.
Oh, there we go. Now, see, I was thinking that too. I need to put a panel where he's just laying old dude on the cross. laying him out.
Yeah. And how, it's only one dude putting them there, or it's a group of guys?
It's one dude.
Right. And what he already beat him down or something?
Yeah, basically, if you see right here, he's got this particular tactical backpack with a type of hatchet combination.
Yeah.
He throws that at him, hits him in the buttocks.
Uh-huh.
So of course it makes him unable to walk. There's going to be blood stain. Yeah, he knocked him down. And then he's dragging him with a piano wire like Dexter.
Oh, all right. I got you.
Then
he gonna nail him to the cross?
Yeah. You see this panel right here? Yeah.
Or he gonna drill him?
Yeah, he's drilling him to the cross with an impact. Then he stares at the other. There's another Jesus crucifix, and then he's got this other scumbag on a dog chained up.
He's got a group of these guys hanging up in there.
Yep.
Oh, that sounds cool.
And then he grabs him with this little scene. Oh.
Yeah, didn't Dexter do something like that in one of the seasons? Didn't Dexter do something like that in one of the seasons? Well, not Dexter. One of the guys he was going after. Yeah. What's his name's brother? Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks' brother.
Oh, Colin Hanks.
It was not his name isn't Tom Hanks. His brother.
No, his son, Colin Hanks.
Oh, that's his son? That was his son? Okay, Colin Hanks. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he was like the crucifix killer or something like that. And
I remember. He was a Christian-inspired one. A religious-inspired one.
Yeah.
He had the 4 Horsemen one. He had
And what's his name from Miami Vice was his mentor, and he was kind of like his spirit that he was talking to.
Yeah,
sort of like Dexter's father.
Yeah, he was hallucinating him. Yeah,
James Olmos.
Yeah, that was an okay season.
Yeah, I liked them. I liked all of them. I got all of them on Blu-ray. I
fell off of the John Lithgow one. That was the best season.
You ever seen? Say that again. I like that one too. The Trinity Killer. Yeah, I like that one too. Yeah.
After that, they couldn't beat any of their seasons. That season was just so fucking damn.
You still can't hear him, Hoth Rebel?
Let me check. I think it's just you. It's just only
your voice comes through. I am rubbing my butt.
Well, he's coming through loud and clear. I don't know what's going on.
I'm saying some gay ass shit to you.
Yeah. We're gonna have to fake it or something. Let me see. There's some kind of nope, that's not it. That's the band and kick. That's not I know that's not it. No, this.
Did
Oh,
did
everybody's
Haas
mic is hot.
did Haas mute me specifically?
No,
No,
I don't. He would have to do that on his own screen, right?
yeah. I'm using my phone to talk to you guys and use
Oh,
StreamYard,
okay.
using my Fire Stick to watch it back.
Oh, yeah.
And
Okay.
so
Okay. All right.
I can hear you on my phone, but I can't hear you on the
On the
Fire
Fire Stick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. So I don't know if that's how that's playing on online either or over the stream. It
Yeah.
should be coming across. Maybe it's just your Fire Stick
I
because
hope so.
yeah, me too. Because I would hate that to happen because it happened. I was trying to help Dan Fan. She was doing a campaign, and she wasn't getting her goal. She had put it too high. Instead of she set it for 1,000 or 500, and a flexible goal, she set it for a fixed 11,000, and she only got 8,000. So I was like, "Yo, please help Dan Fan," because Cecil was talking about helping her, but they wasn't sure if she was Comicsgate. So I had saw she was doing a stream where she was gonna close it out. So I went on to her stream and was begging her not to close it out. That Cecil wanted her to help her, and that if he helped her, that she probably get funded because she only needed like $2,000. So I said, if Cecil could probably get you funded within an hour or two, if you let him help you. I kept asking her if she was Comicsgate, but she said her team, there's somebody in her team she didn't want to insult. So
Is Dan Fam Orgasm Girl?
yeah.
I back that book.
See?
It looks cool too. Like a
Yeah,
good
the
book.
art looked good. The art looked good.
Well, at this point, I don't want to put anybody's business out there, but I'm broke for the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to help her out. So during that that video, the sound, I thought I could hear her talking clear in my headset, but after I played back the video, nobody could hear her voice. And it was so that's what I'm saying. I could hear Gargoyle plain and clear, but maybe something might happen, and then during the playback, nobody could hear anything. I don't know.
And it might be just how you have your OBS settings. You just got to check them out.
Yeah,
I don't know
maybe.
what's going on between me and him, but it's definitely, that just sounds like an output thing. And that's the thing that I'm learning too, because when I first started learning this, I did video game streams.
Yeah.
Which are okay, you get more viewers, but it's like, really? I wasted all this time. Could be doing something constructive.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about doing some video game streams too, but right now I want to get my art out there because I definitely want to get this comic out. I want to put out this comic book bad. So, and until I can start showing my drawings, that's what I was showing with this. I wanted to finish doing this. Well, I'm definitely going to finish it, but I wanted to show a little bit of it today. Finishing off the deformity beating up the graveyard shift.
Oh, that's cool.
And then I'm gonna post it on Twitter and see if John Malin's gonna respond to it. I already put out the tweets. Now I gotta put out the art. So
That's
I
kind
saw
of funny.
that video you did with the prophecy, the movie.
Yeah.
Mutant bear thing. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I remember seeing that back in the day in the movie theater. I was like, daggone, that was a crazy movie. It was crazy. Imagine that mercury getting into the genetics can create that type of a deformity. And
One of my favorite kills in that movie was that kid in the sleeping bag.
oh, that was crazy. That was the kid got killed in the sleeping bag. Oh, that was crazy. That was one of the better kills. Yeah, the bear was chasing people down and just slapping them around. It was crazy. He was like
the
15.
Zombie bear.
Yeah,
That's a stoner idea too.
he was a
So
15
ahead of
feet
his time.
tall. He's huge.
Oh,
And
God.
but it was just a mother bear trying to protect this young. So that was
I'm not sure what it is about
Go
those
ahead.
old movies, those old scary movies. Like for some reason, they're like much scarier than the ones made now. Like
Yeah,
the
that's
lighting
what
or the
I
music.
keep saying that all the time. It's for some reason they just can't find that same connection or something that makes them so terrifying and scary at the same time. You really get into it. And people might say, oh, the makeup was cheesy or whatever, but that stuff is better than the CG stuff that they're doing now.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because ever since everything went to digital, nobody really cares about the price. There's no value to success and failure.
Oh, that's stupid. You're giving up
And
your right. Because this is
yeah,
what they're trying to do. So in order to take away your rights to say anything, you notice that every time the video game companies do anything, they say just take it and like it, lump it or leave it. And this is where you losing your power, because once you start doing straight streaming and you're not buying any hard copies, then you have no rights. You just have to take what they give you.
Yep.
Because you're dependent totally on them. You don't own anything to fall back on. And it's the same thing with the movies. When VHS came out, that was the first time we was able to own movies. And now people are just giving it right back. Say, no, we don't want to own our own movies no more. Let them keep it. Well, I got my whole collection. I got cartoons. I got the Resident Evil CG movies. I got Starship Troopers, a CG movie. I have 40K. What's that? Warhammer 40K CG movie. I have the old Spider-Man TV cartoon series. I got I could just go. I got the whole Thundercat series, G.I. Joe. I got all of the Marvel movies, the DC movies, the anime Marvel stuff. I got so many different animated movies. It's crazy. I got anime. I got I was just making a video to try to. I'm going to be posting Spriggan, the whole thing, because I saw Narwhal. He did Demon City, and I'm going to do the same thing. If he can put the whole uncut version up, why can't I? And I got Demon City too. I got Demon City, Akira, Ninja Scroll. What's the other one? Oh, Fire and Ice. That's not an anime. That's an old Ralph Bakshi, Frank Frazetta joint. And I got another one called The Legend of Orin. Star Chasers, The Legend of Orin. That was when I saw that back in the day. It was in 3D, and that was good. So I got all of these animated movies, all those old horror movies, fantasy movies like Dragon Slayer and Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I got all of that stuff, and I sit home and watch that if I have to. They're not taking away my power to watch my movies and TV shows, and everything in my collection is what I want to see. It's not like on Netflix, half of it is garbage and the half of it is so. And a couple of them is good.
The fuck happened?
Yeah, I was trying to watch Heat on Netflix and I couldn't find it, and it was on there like 2 months ago, but now it's gone.
You
Mm.
see, you
Yep.
totally have to depend on them.
All right.
You have
Check,
to
check,
depend
1, 2.
on them. That's if you don't buy your own copies, you don't have no power.
Check, 1, 2. Hello.
I hear you.
Nice.
I hear you. Check. Mic
Breaker,
check.
breaker.
No, I can't hear anybody.
You
Gargoyle?
can't hear anything. Maybe it is
Hello?
you.
Okay.
Yeah. We can hear you. I can hear you.
I hear him.
You hear him now?
Not now though. He might have stopped talking.
Yeah, I think he's
Well,
I think he lost. Gargoyle, you
that's
still
just
there?
fan-fucking-tastic.
He can't hear us.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think it was him. I think it might have been him the whole time. See, yeah, he just dropped out.
Well, my audio wasn't coming through either, or I didn't hear it. I'm not sure. I might just be low or something, but I was just gonna let you talk mostly and
Yeah.
see if.
I'm hearing you perfectly. You sound good to me.
Okay, I wonder what it is. I don't know. This is my first time ever using StreamYard, so.
Me too. Well, not me too. I've been using it the last 4 weeks in a row, but I'm not accustomed to it yet. I don't know what I'm seeing, what's coming out on the other side. I don't know what's going on. I'm just really just winging it and seeing it, if what I'm doing is right. I don't even have a permanent account yet. This is the free one, so that yeah, this is the free one. I haven't paid the $200 a year to get it yet. I'm planning on it so that I can stream on multiple sites at the same time. And
right on.
so, yeah, I was just trying to talk about. Here comes Gargoyle. He's coming back, and how's it going?
I don't know what the fuck happened. Anybody who thinks about buying fucking Bose headsets, I don't care if fucking Dr. Dre's name's behind it. These fucking things suck.
Oh, word. Wow. Well, that's what happens when you got those big companies and these expensive headphones, and they're no better than the $20 joints.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was what was he talking about? Kicking John Malin's character's butts, right? Yeah, so I was trying to come up with a story, and so I had wrote that he was a scientist that got damaged in one of his colleagues' experiments. You know, it's always typical that a scientist blows himself up or does something to himself in an experiment, but it's rare that he gets caught in somebody else's mistake and gets hurt. So he gets transformed and turned into this creature. I only just gave him the name The Deformity the other day. It seems to fit. So I want to finish this, and I was thinking about maybe giving him psionic powers, and I was going to have the Dracula dude hanging up here by wires and maybe having a stake getting ready to be driven through him, or maybe even have one in him, you know, maybe not just through his heart. And having Frankenstein, I might turn him on his side here because he got to be a little bit bigger. So that's why I shrunk the page a little bit. I mean,
I
I
like that
shrunk
idea.
the image. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go.
That idea of having the science experiment like be someone else's fault, because then it has
Yeah,
like there's like a guilty conscience of the other uh, scientist. Normally, it's just like the person who gets the powers. It's their own fault, and it's not really. There's more of like story dynamic with it being someone else's fault like
yeah,
that.
yeah. Well, in the quick version that I threw up online, he basically killed the guy. That's where the burn comes from on his face. The he got transformed, mutated right there on the spot practically, and he went into a rage partially because of his transformation, and he starts going after the guy, and the colleague throws acid on him in order to try and get away, but he fails. That's all I said. that he failed. So it was, I guess, insinuated that he got killed. And then I said that I had to lock him away because I created him almost 40 years ago, like 30 something years ago. And so I said that I locked him away, and security guards were talking about this corporation that creates monsters, and that's what I know happened with Graveyard Shift. They were put to their own experiment and turned into monsters, right? That's what John Malin keeps saying. So, because
Yeah,
I don't have the comic book, I couldn't afford to buy all of those books, and if I would have bought one, I would have bought all of them. So,
I don't have that book either. I wish I did, but
yeah,
there's so many.
that's my type. I like the superhero type stuff, and there's only a few of them that really have the superhero storyline, and that's Cyberfrog, John Malin, and Zach, and
You got
maybe one or two more.
Grayscale coming out.
Yeah,
That's a
Grayscale.
superhero genre, and then
Otherwise, most of the other ones are some kind of
I guess
ghost story or
Grim
monster story.
Reaper 2 is kind of a superhero.
Yeah. I don't know
And
about Grim Reaper 2. I don't know if that's the one with the woman is the artist.
yeah, the couple.
Yeah, the husband. Yeah, the husband and wife
wife.
couple. Yeah.
Then you got no, that's not a superhero technically. Is Red Rooster's not out.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what Red Rooster's about.
Red Rooster is kind of like a country version of Batman.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like it's a superhero comic. But I hear the guy's not delivering, that he's kind of really, really late.
Well, yeah, he's really late on that project, but he had another project under Allegiance with Allegiance, his other project, which featured. I'll show you. I bought him, and this is what Ethan was helping him with because he got direct distributions of these comics on in Walmart.
All right.
With the POSs you could see on his page. And what else was a big deal was Kelsey was on the project, and that's when Edwin was trying to call Walmart and trying to cancel these books from selling at Walmart because Kelsey wrote in Edwin's chat that he loved pussy. This is a Kelsey cover, Norris Saga.
Okay.
And this is drawn by Blake Northcutt. Oh, this colored by Kelsey Shannon too.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw those. I saw somebody doing a review on that Nora's Tale.
Yeah, Bass Reeves also is colored by Kelsey Shannon.
Yeah.
And then let's see. This is the one that I think either it was Mitch himself or his wife colored. Futurist, but these ones are available at Walmart. These are the Founders Edition from Indiegogo. But the
Yeah.
controversy now, and people are worried about, is if people in Walmart are going to wind up getting Red Rooster the same time as the backers. That's what people are worried about now.
Oh yeah, that's not good. That's not good if that happens, because people are going to be spending that extra money in shipping and handling, and then that's not good. That's not good. Yeah.
It's not. It's not cool when Todd McFarlane's doing it. It's not cool when Mark Silvestri's doing it to people. Certainly
Mm.
not going to be cool if Brett Weiser is going to do it.
Yeah. Wow.
But can't accuse him of doing something if he hasn't done it yet.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to do, and can't be like that either. We don't want to be witch hunters.
Right. Oh man.
It's so easy to be that way too.
So I was having this guy, they was talking about this company, and he basically found a way to escape. I didn't go into any details because, like I said, it was a real quick attack that I was kind of throwing out there at John and seeing what he was gonna say, if he was gonna say anything, and he kind of ignored it. So I'm just gonna put the drawing out. I gotta make it look good, you know. I'm gonna have some destruction in the background. If I put a little description about his abilities, that he's really strong and durable. He's got psionic power, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna use psionic abilities. And he's like Wild E. Coyote, a super genius. and and so I was gonna put, if he's using his psionic abilities, he's gonna have the Dracula kind of strung up in the background using cable wires and stuff like that. And if he's not using psionic abilities, then I'll probably have him right up in here crashing in a wall or a car or something like that, or beat up and smashed into something. And then, you know, Dracula's down here at his feet, and he's gonna have his way with the bride. Because that's what I told John Malin, that he'll destroy his Frankenstein and outthink his Dracula and have his way with his bride.
Oh, Lilith.
Yeah. So that's this drawing that I was putting up here. So I just gotta finish it up.
Hey, that's
Cool.
if
Does
it's
he have
his
any
thing.
weaknesses?
Excuse me?
Does he have any weaknesses, like, or like fear of like fire?
I didn't get to that far yet. No, I don't know. I didn't get that far yet. I don't know. I don't know. I guess his arrogance, and he's a violent, more aggressive thinker. He's more like attack first, instead of more. He is strategic, but his anger and rage is kind of pushes him to make mistakes.
I could suggest for weaknesses, you can make that deformity, like put like a protective case on it, you know, like those cases burn victims have to hold medicine on.
Yeah.
And gotta protect that part from getting hit. Pretty simple.
Yeah, that could be sort of a weak spot, but yeah, it can be.
But, yeah, it's just a suggestion.
No, I'm just trying to consider because he's been around for like 30 years, but he has been locked away. So I guess I'm letting everything kind of push through my brain and let it see how it comes out on the other end. Because he's been around for a while. Yeah.
He's
It's
like
not like Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's cool that he's like he uses psionics and he's like an aggressive. Like most of like the psionic heroes I think of are like more like
Well, he's
measured
not a
and
hero.
like,
He's a bad guy.
oh,
He's a very bad guy. He's not a good guy. Because the graveyard shift is a good guy squad. He shouldn't have any reason to go attacking them. But what he wants because from what I gather, John Malin, they have monsters that's loose in their city, and they're trying to gather them up, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, again, I'm not sure of what the story is because I don't have the books. So I said that he's trying to go there, unite the monsters, attack the company, take over the device that turns, or whatever process it is that changes people into monsters, or that creates monsters. And from that point, he wants to try and take over the world. he's a criminal, sort of the worst kind. He's a brilliant mastermind of a monster.
Oh.
But
Well,
he's just
speaking about
aggressive.
villainy and monsters, what y'all think about those Earthworm Jim cartridges that came out of nowhere?
Cartridges.
Basically, there were these cartridges. On eBay they're going for $350 now, but originally they were going for $130, $9, and they were remastered Super NES cartridges, all of them with varying colors.
Oh, you mean the old stuff?
Yeah, like the old school.
Somebody cloned some old stuff and then they're putting them out?
This game company actually went together and went with Interplay and the creators of Earthworm Jim to repackage 1 and 2 into one cartridge, and they only had 3,000 of them, and they gone for $139, and all the cartridges came in random colors.
Yeah.
And only 100 of them. You can look it up online. Only 100 of them had cow skin color.
All right. What's the issue with these games, if there's any?
No issue. It's Earthworm Jim in a repackaged and expensive collector edition that Dirtworm looks like he had a part of.
Well, I would try and get a part of that. You see what's happening with his campaign, right?
Which one?
The Bigfoot Bill.
Yeah, blown up because of the Sean Gordon Murphy thing.
It's not blown up. It has blown up.
It blew up a little bit.
I seen it jumped up from 73 to 78, but I think it stalled out after that.
Yeah, that's the only jump it had.
Yeah.
It wasn't a significant jump.
Yeah, but from what I understand, a lot of that's going to be shipping and handling.
Yep.
Because of how heavy the books are.
That's the way Dirtworm is. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. The king of shipping is just overpricing on shipping.
I think they said that the shipping and handling costs more than the book.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's only going to be mostly domestic shipping because he doesn't give a fuck about his international backers.
Wow, it's crazy, man. That's what I don't want to do. I don't want to make those kinds of mistakes, man. That's why I pay attention to everything these guys say. Every time somebody puts up, I was watching Mr. Post, Adam Post, and his launch. He had a launch at 1 o'clock, and I was watching him until story time started. And I watch everything these guys say because I want to bring out my book in about a year or so. By the end of the year or next year, this time, I want to have my campaign up.
I got his College of the Dead stuff.
Yeah.
Gotta say, his stuff is not really. College of the Dead is not really a comic book. It's more of a. A proposal for a zombie movie. The way
Oh,
it's set up, it's more of storyboards
yeah,
that
that's what he was saying.
are
So,
made to look like comic books.
oh, he was saying something like that on the live stream.
Let's see if I got one close by. Yeah, basically, it's each page is just 2 large panels. That's it.
Oh, I didn't understand that.
Let me see.
I didn't read the campaign or anything like that. Isn't this his second campaign?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't read the first campaign because I'm not really into zombie books. I didn't buy Kirkland's Walking Dead, and I kind of regretted it after it blew up and the show came out.
You see the book?
Yeah.
College of the Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter, but see.
Oh,
It looks like The Walking Dead art. So even if you were to grab this,
but that looks like stories in there. Oh, but you saying that this not really that much of a story?
No, it's a story, but it's not really a comic book per se.
Yeah.
Because it's set up more as storyboard.
I see that as these big panels.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not really where they're trying to create a dynamic flow with the paneling, with how you do with how it's done in a comic book. You basically trying to set up a dynamic flow and pace with how big the splash pages are and how small they are and all of this stuff like that.
Yeah, I would say this book wouldn't be as thick if it weren't for the panels being so large. It being 2 panel pages from what it's set up like. But this is more of I think College of the Dead is set up more for handing it to producers and be like, this is my movie.
Yeah.
If you wanna give me money and I'll make it for you.
Shoot, I'm not trying to make a movie. Well, it's not like I would turn it down, but that's not what my goal is. I just want to make a high quality story. That's why I got all of these characters.
My shit would never be a movie.
Yeah, why not? You just have to. You don't know what property you have and who it would appeal to. It depends on if you know that your story line is not going to be appealing to certain people.
It's not that it wouldn't be appealing to people. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't be acceptable with mainstream Hollywood producers and mainstream movies. If I did it independently, I could do it on my own and be like, it would be like one of those old style gritty kind of 70s kind of action drama movies, thriller movies, like that old Al Pacino cop movie.
Yeah. Which one? Serpico?
Yes.
Oh, I love that. I got shot in the face with a BB gun, and everybody used to call me Serpico after that. Right on the cheek, right under my eye, just like Serpico.
Damn. Excuse me for laughing.
No, it's funny. It's funny. I was in the hospital. You just seen my brother trying to use a magnet to pull the BB out because he's got in trouble. My parents, because I had to go to the hospital and spend the week in the hospital. Just for them to put a little nick there and pull out the BB.
Damn.
Yeah. He's trying to hide the fact. He was stupid. He told me to put this dartboard up in front of my face, and I did it. I was a little kid. My big older brother. I put it up there and I held it, and the dartboard was just below my nose, and the BB hit just above the dartboard, and it could have hit me in the eye, and just below my eye, and just above the dartboard. So I could have lost my
Damn.
eye.
You remember that viral video of that Snow Yeti who shot himself in the cheek in his car?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh,
I'm not
dude.
that much of a online video chaser.
Oh, this guy was quite a character. This was right when the it went to Hillary and Trump, and this guy stuck out. Basically, shot himself in the cheek with a smaller caliber handgun in his car
Wow.
for his music video, which he was going to cover Papa Roach's Last Resort.
Oh wow.
And the funny part is, right after he shot himself, he went to a Trump rally.
Oh, okay.
You can't make this shit up.
Wow. With his face all bloody?
Yep.
Wow.
And then he went to the ER.
Yeah.
Wow. Can you still not hear Gargoyle?
Let me check.
Okay.
Hi, House Rebel. I am so excited. I am touching myself. Ready for you to hear my voice. I think you can hear me.
Yeah, he did laugh.
I can hear you here, but I can't hear you on the. I still can't hear you on the Fire Stick. It's still
okay.
Still not. Only Monstrositus is coming through.
Okay, but you can hear him though.
I can hear him on the StreamYards on my phone.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I worry about the guy getting shot and stuff.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can screw. Let me see if I
No,
can.
no. I think it probably is his stick. That's the problem. I don't know if it's you. Because he's saying he can't hear you.
If you open up like a new tab on your computer or something and look on YouTube, you might check there. I don't know. Because
I can hear
usually
him.
it comes through. Okay.
I can hear Hoth perfectly.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe it's just me then. That bad Fire Stick.
Yeah. See, if I had another monitor, I need to get a couple of monitors. I need to get like 2 or 3 monitors set up. That way I can just push things here and there and just focus on one monitor, and I'll be able to see everything else that's going on. Right now, I'm stuck with one monitor, and I can't really see what's happening. I don't know what the stream looks like until after I'm finished, and then I upload it and
found it.
Look at it again.
Hang on, let me put it on screen sharing.
That's the only way I know what's going on. Because right now I don't have any idea. My computer is not set up for this type of thing. What's that?
Okay, you guys ready?
What's that?
Yeah.
This is the rapper who shot himself in the cheek.
Oh.
Whoa.
He looks like he's gonna do something stupid. What an idiot. Oh, what an idiot. It didn't go through his face?
Why it's didn't a low caliber.
It looked like it stuck right there in his mouth.
Yeah.
No bullet. It says no bullet. Have no bullet basically is a blank cartridge. Oh, what an idiot. Yeah, them blanks can do damage, son. Those blanks do damage because that stuff inside there come out and it will burn. He's lucky.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he went to a Trump rally before he went to a hospital.
Wow. What an idiot. I would never put nothing like that to my face. I don't play with no pieces like that.
And he did this for a music video where he was covering Papa Roach.
Ah, wow. Wow. That's unbelievable.
Greatest band of all time.
Wow. Man, and I thought the other guy was stupid. This guy, wow. Wow, that is unbelievably stupid.
Yeah.
I
Like
would never
the
put a gun. I don't care if it's hot or not. If it's got live rounds, if it's empty, I still wouldn't play around with no
Oh,
piece like
no.
that to my face.
no way.
No. I'm like Will Smith. Put that shit down. Check that shit.
That's right. I don't play like that. That's
You
one place I don't go that. I don't go there.
Yeah, you seen that video with Will Smith? That shit was awesome.
Yeah.
His assistant picks up the gun. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Grabs it, takes the mag out. He slides it. He's like, "It's empty. Now it's safe."
Man.
Well, there's that one
Yeah, but
actor, that one kid actor who like put a gun with a blank to his head and like fired it, and it shot a piece of his skull through his brain.
yeah,
killed
you
him.
see, because
That
there's
was a
still a lot
child
of
actor.
you talking about that gun. The gunpowder is still gonna have a lot of percussion coming out of that barrel.
Oh yeah, it's like what they say about empty tankers. Empty tanks are more dangerous than full ones because of the fumes.
It fuses, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's what they tell you. It's more dangerous because the fumes cause more of an implosion than the gas inside because
Wow.
of the permeation or some shit like that. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not genius.
the only thing I could think of is that the fuel will want to burn, and the gas will want to explode.
Right.
That's the only thing that I could think.
I guess the fuel would like last longer. It would burn longer, but the
Yeah,
gas would explode.
it would be
More
more of an ignition, type of an explosion, and where the fuel would just want to burn, and
Yeah.
where it might not necessarily, and it won't have as much oxygen in there either. With an empty tank, with those fumes, it would have more oxygen and more combustibility. That's in my thinking.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
not a
something like that.
scientist.
Something like that.
Yeah. So
Something
I
like. Sorry.
So
I had
I found out how to save DC Comics,
yeah.
get them become more profitable, is to hand out free issues of like there's that new Wonder Woman movie coming out.
Yeah.
Hand out like free Wonder Woman comics on like opening weekend, and that would get
Yeah.
moviegoers, you know, to connect back to comics, and might even encourage some of them to go to a comic shop. I'm not sure if that's
They did that in the early 2000s with X-Men when the movies first came out. I remember that as they had free prequel comics of Wolverine and Rogue
okay.
before they went into the X-Men movie, and they also had an optional where you can even buy the movie version of the comic and the longer versions of those prequel comics at the bookstore. But they've done that. It's just the movie companies aren't willing to spend the money on
Right.
distributing them out and handing those out. And it goes once again, it's all about and I agree with you about this. It's all about the event being important. That's why the Star Wars midnight screenings were so important in the 80s when they came out, because it was
Mhm.
all about the event then. Because you didn't have that many news, so when you had news coming out, filming you standing in line like a nerd going to see a movie, that was the big event. You wanted to be a part of that. Nowadays, every fucking movie has a midnight showing,
Yeah.
and we don't have that event anymore. I mean, remember when Halo came out and there was a huge line going around the fucking video game store?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have that anymore.
Yeah. Too people are too lazy to wait online. Even though I always thought that was ridiculous anyway, waiting online for something like that.
with a tent,
Well,
camping out on the sidewalk.
I mean, after a while, people became aware, like companies became aware, like they were like, okay, if you go to this particular spot, we're gonna get this kind of trailer, and you could do all these kind of cool ass things in there. We got, you know, have a kind of a party. That's what it was kind of about.
Yeah.
It's not like that for us, for any of us, for that anymore. We don't have that.
Yeah. And the fact that people need to go and wait online for anything is ridiculous. It'll be there. You just be patient. You get it. It's not. You don't have to go waiting online and get things as soon as it comes out. People want to be crackheads these days. Too desperate to get product.
Well, it's too desperate to be a part of the event, thinking they're going to be the ones for that event. It's
You're
like
gonna miss
when
out.
yeah, when you see people waiting in line for the latest iPhone.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to me. You waiting online like that. Oh, this is too big. You
It's
gotta
like you're
be.
saying about Star Wars was like a big event back in the day, but it got everything is like an event. Like it's kind of oversaturated. I think is probably the problem.
Yeah,
Yep.
but
Like
it was different back in the day. See, back in the day they treated it different. These days it's all for money and for like it's for likes. uh Disney is all about trying to do things to get likes and get people to respond in some certain way. And back in the day when Star Wars was Lucas, it had nothing to do with likes. It was all about putting his story out and getting the public to like it. And that's what we did. We loved what he did with Star Wars.
mhm.
And shoot, people used to go see it over and over and over. And these people are just trying to get somebody's somebody's agenda, and that's they have to take the agenda out of all of these movies. They never allowed that. Back in the day, Rock Hudson was gay and nobody knew it because there was no paparazzis following people around, and people had their privacy. Yeah, it
Sorry.
was it was something that people just did. It was honorable to lead them to the event, lead them to their own. Once, if you wanted to have pictures of them, you catch them on the red carpet.
Yeah.
You didn't go to people's houses to catch pictures of them.
Well, even in even that time, you actually had to be really talented to be in those spots and positions. You
Yeah,
had to be a capable person to make sure you can make something that was reasonable for the budget, and also came in at a reasonable time, and made profit for the studio.
yeah. I mean,
Wait,
people, they just treated people differently back then. I don't know. Now everything is about clicks and likes, and
well,
it's different.
it's the millennials' faults. I'm putting myself in that
It's not just
category.
it's not just millennials, it's people from before, because it didn't just happen overnight. This something that happened gradually, and now you're seeing the results of years of people gradually being allowed to cry about stuff that there shouldn't be anybody crying about.
Well, the only reason I say millennials is because millennials is a generation that was a lot of times raised by single mothers, and of course, single mothers raised by boys raised by single mothers, of course, are guilty of their father's sins because, you know, a lot of single mothers are fucking nutcases. I can say from personal experience, but it's that, and plus lack of interest of actually going out and doing stuff, and you know, actually having actual skills, because you know, in growing up in our times, it's like, why bother doing anything? Because you know, you're looking for a job, you're not 18, okay, 18 years old, you didn't graduate, you don't have a high school diploma, okay, I got my high school diploma. You don't have any job skills, but you just told me I don't have X, Y, and Z to obtain job skills. Now I got X, Y, Z. Now you want fucking job skills? Make up your fucking minds.
Yeah, well, nobody gives you something for nothing. You're gonna have to learn. And then you gotta, after you learn, you gotta prove it. You gotta prove you know what you're doing.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous. So at that point, it's just like, okay, so then you're in a generation, you realize that to actually have a job at a sustainable income that you're looking for, you have to travel overseas. So it's like, why the fuck do I have to leave my country to work the same wage I would have had down the street?
Yeah.
For the same exact job that I can't even get in my homeland.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's ridiculous. Like half the time and half the work I used to have to get, like being a truck driver, for an example, get more money going overseas being a truck driver in Iraq than I would in the United States. But why do I have to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, we should be trying to get businesses back here in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is being exported.
Even the workers.
That's what I'm talking about. The work is being exported. There's nothing being made here anymore.
And it costs us more money to travel overseas and just to be there for a few months and then have an empty house for a few months that I get to stay in for 2 months out of the year.
Yeah.
Outrageous. Well, a lot of like the manufacturing jobs are in China, and I don't know. I think China needs to have less manufacturing or something over there. Like I don't know, they're doing too much over there. It seems like.
Peter Schiff, if you ever look up Peter Schiff, he explains why they have to do that.
You got plenty enough people.
It's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, it's nothing to do with the people. It's generally to deal with the government regulations and who's in office. Like, for instance, if you have like a simple job, like for instance, a hairdresser asked Bernie Sanders this. She was like, well, I own this hair business, and I want to hire more people, but I can't, because if I go over 45 more people, I'm forced to cover their insurance. But the problem is, my company doesn't make that much money. I'm a small business. So how am I supposed to hire more people, yet pay all these people's health insurance, yet at the same time, I don't make enough in this business to be able to afford all this? Then those same people have to go unemployed, or I have to lay off people. So I don't have 45 people working. And then, of course, Bernie Sanders says 1%, blah, blah, blah. But the problem is there, you only have to make over $100,000 a year to be put in the 1%.
Yeah.
Well, what's $100,000 a year for somebody who lives in New York?
Nah, I don't think it's that low.
Oh, it is.
100,000. That's all.
Yep, just
to be in the 1%.
Yep.
Wow.
Google it.
I believe you. just sounds a little low.
It is a little low.
Sounds a little low. Seems like there should be a whole lot
It should
more
be.
people.
It is
It
more
seems like there
people.
should be a lot less. Hold on, let me get my thoughts together. It seems like that number should be
Higher.
like, yeah, higher. It seems like there should be a lot of people making $100,000 in my estimate. I guess I'm
Well,
not. I
well,
guess that's only for the top. Yeah.
on average, an American family can make
No,
over $100,000 a year.
I'm talking about one individual, not a family.
Oh,
I'm not. I'm trying to rationalize this because I thought people made long loot like that in these companies where they made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and then got bonuses and all that. Well, maybe I'm delusional in thinking that these companies is paying like that.
Well, it kind of makes sense. Like 1%, that's like 1 out of 100. So 1 out of 100 people in the entire world making that much money is
Yeah.
is like what's the word? It makes sense. It's plausible to me. So
but once again,
Yeah.
you're going into households too. So if you're saying a 1% household, that's the average American family.
But even if you're not, I'm thinking about all the millionaires and billionaires out there. I thought that's where all the money was. So then you're talking about hundreds and $100,000, and you're included in the 1% too. It seems to I
Hmm.
thought that the 1% was like a smaller group
That's what they tried to
with billions
advertise.
of dollars. Yeah, with billions of dollars here and millions of dollars. Like you would at least have to be a millionaire to be considered in the 1%. That's what I
Nope.
was thinking.
yeah, me
Nope.
too. That's what I thought too. But I guess so. I guess like the millionaires would be like 0.5% or something.
That's why when you hear all those elitists with all their BS and shit like that, my reaction is put your hand out and be like, cough up that money, man. You're so
Yeah.
virtuous. I need it.
Well, we know they're in the 1%.
Like here's one thing I've always argued with the those same people too. Like I work general labor, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my state, when I was making $20 an hour, once I reach over 40 hours a week, the government's taking my fucking pay.
Yeah.
I don't get that. So if I'm working over 100 hours a week, I'm only collecting 40 hours of my wage, and I'm wasting fucking time
Yeah.
the next hour because the government's taking that. So what happens with my money that? I'm
Yeah.
supposed to be the one who is in general labor starving, but yet you guys are the ones fucking taking my check. You're the ones forcing me fucking working another job because you guys are taking my money from the one job I could fucking provide for myself with.
Yeah. And
That's up.
so we need to.
The wage, I don't know. It's just it's not the wage that's not unfair. It's the way how the government takes your taxes and takes your wages out that's unfair. Figure that part out.
Well, that's over my head. All I know is that you gotta do it. It's they say that two things you gotta do is pay taxes and die. So I don't understand it. I can't really talk on it. Because I don't understand it, I just try to stay my ass out of trouble.
I hear you on that one.
Well, once we get our comic books printed out and stuff, we'll be a little bit in a better position there. Hopefully.
Yeah, Because
Yeah.
I guess-
you better believe that I'm going to be right there with my accountant, making sure that they take all of the taxes that they need, because I don't want no headaches, especially if I can get a campaign like Golden Golden Eagle, Raging Golden Eagle. If I could get a campaign that goes like Raging Golden Eagle, I would be one happy individual.
Yes.
Because he is cleaning up. He is going to pass Bigfoot Bill. He is going to pass him, and he's going to crush him. He might already have done that. And because I know he was. Oh, I think he might have. He's at 79,000.
Whoa.
He's at 79,682. And
Awesome.
let's see where Bigfoot Bill is. It would be crazy if he already passed Bigfoot Bill. That would be the craziness. Let me see if I can share this. Hold on. Let me see if I could do this. I don't know. I gotta create a display capture, right? I think I gotta create another display.
Oh, Gargoyle, you're talking about Earthworm Jim cartridges in like different colors.
Yeah, I'll show you real quick.
They do they have any like rainbow colored ones?
That would be
That's
funny.
That's one I want. Get Doug to sign that one.
Fucking. Well, what cracked me up is guess who was promoting it on fucking video was IGN. Social Justice Warrior IGN. I'm like, really? They got one. They got a cartridge that's pink.
There you go.
Here we go.
Hang on. X, can you share my screen real quick? Sorry.
Okay, hold on.
I just want to show.
Let me see here. Oops.
Whoops.
Oh, that's the wrong screen. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So I found this out on IGN. It cracked me up because I'm like, man, Tapeworm must have been behind this shit too. Now, see, this is the pink cartridge, and they only made 2,000 of these, and they're already on eBay for $350. And they work on the original Super Nintendo. And you see the cow one right there? They only got like 100 of these out, so. And they're in random packages, so you don't know which one you're gonna get between the pink one and the cow. So the cases, they come in themselves, they fold out with these illustrations from the original cover artist. So
all right.
It looks like
cool.
I guarantee Tapeworm was totally behind this.
Hey, he got to make the money, because I know I know that shipping and handling cost is eating into his profits.
Yeah, it says it's got a premium mystery forward, whatever that means. Retro pack and surprises, custom package design. That's the Django Snow art. And something about manufacturing retrotainment games and infinite lives. So I guess you got infinite lives in the game. So yeah, see, the cow print only 100 total.
All right.
Limited.
And sold out of them already. Sold out of 2,000 of them. The 25th anniversary.
I still have my copy, so I don't need that one. But
yeah. I don't know if I have ever got what platform was that for?
Both Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo.
Oh, I didn't have. I have Sega Genesis, but I don't think I ever got Earthworm Jim.
You could get the HD one off the
No, I'm not really interested. It's not like I'm not really that interested. I'm more of a shooter type of guy type game. I like shooters. I like pirate games, stuff like that.
But
Earthworm Jim is not really my cup of tea.
I mean, I remember it. I didn't play it much as a kid.
Yeah,
it was kind of a difficult game.
nah. If it was a difficult game, I wouldn't mind it. I like games that's challenging, but I don't remember ever playing it. I'm not sure if I played it or if I did.
A shooter.
Yeah.
Earthworm Jim does shoot things.
Yeah.
Doesn't jump on.
Like I said, I don't remember playing it. I don't know if I did or if I didn't. It's just been a long time, so I have no idea. I know I don't own it, but at least I think I don't. I think I don't.
I played that game quite a bit.
Oh
when
yeah.
I was younger, I played it all the time, and I was actually pretty excited when the Dirtworm was going to be part of Comicsgate, and then kind of backstabbed everybody.
Yeah,
sort of.
That's what I heard.
Sad.
I kind of knew he was full of shit even 6 months ago.
Well, let me share my screen here. What are you about to show?
I was gonna try to show a clip of the what's inside the cartridge.
Oh, are we promoting it?
Well, once this wing, there it is. So it just looks like that.
Okay. No, I don't think I ever played this.
Yeah.
That's
fun. It. If you ever get an emulator, it's probably going to be on one of the emulators. So
yeah,
you could probably even download it on your phone, but probably plays like crap on it.
Yeah, I'm not a phone. I like to play my video games a certain way. I have to have it on a big screen. Even when I play computer video games, I now that they have these updated TVs where you can basically hook your video games into the TV games from your computer. You can make your TV into a monitor, so I can play my computer games on my big screen TVs too. I don't really like using small screens when I'm playing video games, because when I'm shooting at things, I don't want to be squinting. I want to see it nice and big. So
totally agree with you.
Yeah.
What was it? What was that game?
Bigfoot Bill is at 80,217, and Blade Devil is at 89,682, and he's on the march. He's on the march. These guys, he's gonna catch him. He's gonna pass him. This guy's been up for at least a month already. Bigfoot Bill, and Blade Devil just started. He still got he only got like 6 days in, so he's got a long trip. He's still got a long way to go, and Bigfoot Bill is stalling. Bigfoot Bill is stalling. So
Tapeworm done fucked up. But
anybody out there who wants to get in on this Blade Devil, get in on it. Back out people. He got over 1,000. He's got over 1,099 backers. Bigfoot Bill got only 800 backers, No, he got almost 900 backers. See, so most of that is shipping and handling.
Make sure to buy a second copy so you don't jizz all over the first one.
Oh wow. 2 bricks. He's sending them 2 bricks through the mail and making them pay for it. Oh man, I want my campaign to be regular, square bound, and I'm gonna have the first book is gonna be thicker because it's going to have the first issue is gonna be a giant size edition, and then the next 2 books are gonna be regular. So it's gonna be around 80-90 pages for my first book. Then after that, it's gonna drop down to 60 something pages. But the first book is going to have a giant size edition, and the stretch goal is going to separate so that you can have the giant size edition separate, and it's going to have 2, maybe 1 variant cover, and it's going to be signed. 1 or 2 variant covers, and it'll be signed just for that first giant size edition. That'll be in the graphic novel. That's what I was thinking.
It's gonna be Thug City.
Yeah, the might of Thug City. That's the complete title. The Might of Thug City. And I'm about to come out with my main character. I already started designing him. I'm about to come out with him in ink and color. Maybe this week coming up, I should be dropping him. His name is Mike. But the story is more about the power structure of the whole, the whole world that I'm building. That's what the Mike part means, but it can stand for both the character and the main character and the story, because there's going to be a lot of bad guys, a lot of power brokers and influencers and all types of stuff like that, and I'm going to try and keep the I watched Spriggan this morning. It's a Japanese anime. I don't know if y'all ever seen that, but it's a lot of action, man. And they get right to the point, right from the beginning of the story. They just have one thing happening right one after the other. And then he gets sent to Afghanistan or something like that, where he comes across old enemies. And it was just a really good story, and a lot of action, and that's how I want my I just kept thinking to myself, that's what I want my story to feel like. Just action, just keep hitting you. And every time I get the chance to breathe, that's when I'll be telling you some story, and then I hit you with some more action.
Right on.
Awesome. Yeah,
that's why I got a lot of characters. Huh?
I said I'm looking forward to it. It's got me like intrigued. Like,
yeah,
the stuff that I've seen on your channel has been pretty cool. Like that, and then the cloth figures, and got some cool. Like, I'm pretty excited about your career.
Yeah, well, I can't wait because the cloth figures is about to get bumped up to the next level. I'm ready to start putting on the collarbones and the shoulder blades, and start to put the muscles on. And once I get that done, oh man, it's getting exciting, because you're going to be able to move his shoulders, and the pectoral muscles will stretch as you raise his shoulders up, and then his back muscles will crunch when you move his shoulder blades together. It's going to look crazy. So imagine having that and being able, as an artist, being able to use that as a reference to draw on, to draw with. So that's my intentions, is to have the ultimate, because they have these fashion or TB toys.
Mhm.
TB.
Those
I think it's called TB Toys.
Sorry,
those like
I'm
those
in
like
the
blank
zone right
looking.
now.
Those the Arnold Schwarzenegger and
You mean the Arnold Schwarzenegger? I mean
yeah,
the
and
Terminator
the
line?
Terminator, but they made out of
Toys?
silicone. They're
Oh.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they got one of made of they have one of daggone it, I can't think of they have one of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they have one of Stallone too. And that's what I'm trying to find. It's called TB Toy or Fashion. I know it was called Fashion. Fashion. Let me see. Nope, that's not it. Look it up on YouTube. I know there's some videos they got of Fashion or TB Toys, something like that. I just can't.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't
I'm taking notes. I
find it.
got Fashion and I guess a
that was
lot
a,
of. Oh,
that
go ahead.
was a
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I was thinking about that too. That was a problem with some movies too, is that they all wanted to jump into toy lines in the '90s. I remember that one movie with Jamie Lee Curtis, the one with the fucking cyber zombies, the
Virus.
machine virus. They had a fucking action figure line, a toy line in Toys R Us for it.
That would have been great. That would have been good if they could have pulled that off. Because those that was a pretty good movie. It was a little creepy
It was a
with
good
the
movie, but that ruined it for Aliens too. Is they started having this toy line that they were making up for a movie that they were going to come out, but it never happened. That's
yeah.
why they made that action figure line. Is basically the aliens were supposed to inhabit all these animals, and they had these animal-based aliens, and that was supposed to be a setup for upcoming movie in the '90s, but it never happened.
Oh, it's TB League, Fison Toys. TB League, Fison Toys. That's what it is. Can you see that?
Yeah, Fison.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was funny how they had like kids' toys for like R-rated movies like RoboCop and Terminator and
Yeah.
stuff. And
But they're really flexible.
The RoboCop toy line was awesome. I remember the car where he actually fucking had the.
See how
seat.
flexible it is?
let's see. Oh, I see. I can see it on my Fire Stick, but I can't see it on the.
See, he's junkless. He ain't got no junk. See, I ain't gonna make my dude like that. He's gonna have some junk. I'm not gonna make him. I can't do that to him. But I think they do have. I think they do come. The bigger ones do come with both a flaccid, penile, and an erect one.
Yeah,
and I think that's kind of crazy. What do you need that for? Yeah, unless you got a female there that got a hole that you can shove it up in. What do you need to have an erect, for a doll like this or action figure? This is an action figure. You got to remember, this is for men. These are action figures. Dolls are for girls.
I don't know. I was what was that channel? The guy who wears a werewolf was wolf mask. He was talking about Victor Silva about that movie that he was charged about filming that kid masturbating to. So you got that all that weird stuff.
Yeah.
So, who knows if he just disappeared from that? Sorry, I'm high.
It's cool though. These look like really like realistic, like flesh.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like
They make it out of silicone.
wow, I've never seen it. I've never seen that before.
Excuse me?
I've never seen these before, and I try to stay on top of the toy.
Yeah, they got bigger ones. Those are the small ones. They got something that's bigger than that. Yeah.
I've heard of a fear called automatonophobia.
No, but they got all
like-
kinds nowadays. They got all kinds of fears these days, and it's unbelievable to me. I just can't understand why people are so afraid of everything. It just makes no sense to me.
You seen the guy afraid of puppies?
No.
Oh
That
no,
shit
that's
was hilarious.
crazy. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Cause you know I've been like I've been at when I was 16 something like that. I worked in this discount shop, and a dude came in there with a shotgun, put it to my back, chased us all into the back room, robbed the place.
Damn.
I never was afraid. The next day came right back in. I wasn't afraid at all. I didn't have the slightest. I never had any nightmares or dreams about it. Nothing. So I just don't understand that type of fear. I just can't. I don't know.
I was a block away from the mass shooting. I was working at the MGM Arena when it happened. I was on the smoke break.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That shit
Wow.
sounded like how you expect it to sound. I fucking looked at my coworker. I'm like, dude, that sounds like a mass shooting. She's like, no, that's just a helicopter. I'm like, that ain't no fucking helicopter. When do you hear people fucking screaming over a helicopter?
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, there's things that people see, and some people get affected the rest of their life. It bothers them, and other people, okay, it happened. Now what? You know, what's next? And I guess I'm one of those what's next kind of people. I'm not really affected. I've seen horror movies all my life and all types of stuff, and I'm not affected by things that make people like wet the bed at night. That's not me.
I don't know. Define what makes you wet the bed.
Like I said, like people have guns put in their face, and it'll haunt them the rest of their life. And it didn't have any effect on me. When I just know that I have to watch myself when I'm out in the street.
I think the most horrifying thing I seen was a guy because I worked at this adult bookstore, and we had a movie theater that was the #1 gay hangout. He was wearing sweatpants, and sweatpants were just covered back and forth with cum all over.
Wow, that's not horrifying. That's disgusting. And it definitely wouldn't want to be in the vicinity.
That's horror. That's horrifying in ways of the potential of what kind of body horror that could cause you.
Oh man.
No, I don't. I can't get it. I can't watch people suffer. I don't know. That just horrifies me.
I don't like watching people suffer either, but I'm a realist in many ways. I don't like things, but I can get over it.
Yeah.
I can get over almost anything. There's not too many things that are, like I said, would terrify me to the point where I'm dreaming about it and I can't sleep and all types of things like that you hear people go through.
Yeah.
Anxieties and all of that. I don't understand that type of thing. I'm not saying that it's wrong for people to have anxieties. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't understand it. That's all I'm saying. I just don't understand those types of things.
That's good.
That's
you're
it.
Resilient.
Yeah. I guess I had a rough life, but I didn't understand it as a rough life. It just was a life. I guess when I got older, I might understand that life wasn't like that for the average person, but I never thought of it as anything arduous or something that abnormal or anything like that. It was just something that happens to people, to me. So I don't know.
So are your cloth figures, are they going to have like marionette strings on them, or
No. They're going to be fully posable, just like these guys. They're going to be just like these guys, except for big. They're going to be like 18 to 20 inches tall, just so that I can make individual fingers. That's the only reason I won't be able to make the individual. See, I want to make them, every part of them. His toes, you're going to be able to bend them. You're going to be able to bend his fingers. You're going to be able to put things in their hand. You're going to be able to move the lips and the eyebrows. You're going to be able to do everything, the tongue, everything.
whoa?
It's going to be fully posable. I'm going to put every strand of hair in it. Everything. It's something that I thought of years ago, and I'm just finally getting to it. And like I said, I had to figure out how to create all of these different parts from scratch. And so that's why it's taking me so long.
I'll
So
be
now,
back in a minute. These dogs are bothering me. They want to eat.
okay. All right. We'll be here. So I was working on it for the last year or two, trying to get the skull and the ribs and everything together, but now it's starting to come together and it's starting to move a little faster. I'm not really stalling in between sections. The first one I made, I had to take it apart because I messed up on making the spine. And the second one is the one that I've been showing in the videos. Well, actually, that's just the third one, because the first one I use weaker materials. The last two I'm using stronger materials. So I was worried that once I get all of the muscles and everything packed on, that I might not be able to bend the arms because the material and everything might be too strong and tugging back against the armature. But now with the materials that I'm using, I think I'm going to be able to get past that. You see, because these guys, these Phasian dolls or Phison or whatever they call TV League, they tell you that you can't bend the arms too much. If you bend it too far, it'll tear. It'll tear the silicone.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be careful how you bend the knees. You got to be careful how you bend the elbows, because you can tear the joints, because the armature underneath there is made of metal, and it'll tear right through the silicone.
Right.
And then you have to store it in a certain way, because the silicone will eventually dry out and get brittle. That's not going to happen with what I'm doing. It's not.
Yeah.
They're going to last for 40 years.
Yeah. It's going to hold up better, the cloth.
Yeah. Yeah. If you've seen any of the early videos that I made with the little sock doll I made, when I was a kid. That
It
was
was like oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no. Go ahead.
Was that with that one with the muscles? That one, the
The
softball.
the little brown one. Yeah,
Oh, that one. Yeah.
yeah. I made that back when I was like 8, 10 years old. So that's what I'm saying. That's like 40 years old. It's like 40, 45 years old, that doll. So, and it's in that video I made, last year or something like that, earlier this year, last year I made that video. So it's still in great condition. So imagine with after what I'm finished treating, after I'm finished doing everything I'm going to do with these new ones and treating it with the silicone and everything, it's going to be that much stronger because it's going to be rubberized. So the cloth is going to be rubberized cloth, like what do they call it? Vulcanized, vulcanized cloth. So it's going to be that much stronger.
I was just watching a video. EVS was like talking about how he drew one of the Green Lantern books, and he said he used a action figure as reference.
Yeah.
So I think, like you were saying before, like using it as drawing reference is a really wise approach.
Because the wooden mannequins that you have it has all of those joints and all of those sections that's separated. You don't really have the muscles that really go from shoulder or main body to the shoulder, to the elbow, to the wrist. You don't have that. It's all separated by some section so that it can bend or flex. Or you have one stiff statue, like a lot of artists. Like I watched this guy called David Lemon. He's an old guy who does clay models and clay statues. He does bronze. He does bronze statues. And he uses the J-Mac clay that I use. And that he shows you basically, when I first started watching him, he basically took you through the whole process of what he did, and then he showed you how he took it to the foundry and had the clay made into bronze, and he charges like $26,000 for a first run statue. And I would love to do that, man. Make one statue and sell like 3, 4, 5, 6 copies and be good for the year. Be good for the year. I would love to do that. I wouldn't even care if I could sell them for like 10, 20,000. I don't need to make 10 or 15,000, I should say. I don't need to make the 20,000 and sell about 5 or 6 and be good for the year. I'll be happy. Shoot.
Just make a different reprint of every volume every year.
That's that would be a second run, and then those would be less in price. The first one is just like comic books. The first run will be always more expensive, then the second run will be less expensive, and so on and so on. So he comes out he could take a year to make 2 or 3 more statues, put them out, and he's got steady income. And then if he doesn't feel like doing anything, he'll reissue and get a lower price and still have a decent income coming in. So this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do my modeling clay so I can make some statues for like the superhero sideshow statues. And if I could do some, like, because he does cowboys and Indians and mostly Native American stuff. So I like that stuff too, but I was thinking maybe do some African tribal stuff so that at least I'm a little on a different
That
thing
would be
than what
cool.
he is. Yeah, I would love to have some African tribal Maasai warriors going up against lions and stuff like that, or a pack of hyenas or anything. You know, there's so much you could work with that genre. So
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's actually really done a really great animation of those sculptures and stuff like that. There's some really great sculptures and
yeah.
wood carvings that are done by artists out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to do a little bit of everything. I don't want to be stuck in one line. I want to have my art, my drawings, and my comic books and my stories, and I also want to do my clay works, because I figure I can get a nice line coming in with that, and then also have my cloth figures, where I know I can't really make a lot of money on that, because I would have to charge like 10,000 per doll or 6,000 per figure, because it would take me so long to make it. It's already been a couple of years just trying to figure out how to get as far as I've gotten. So
You can try to do prop design work and try to.
well, I was trying to think of maybe, like, once I get like 18, 20 of them made, once I get the process down and I can make them a little faster, and I get about 18, 20 of them made, then I can start making like some stop action. I wanted to get make one of the rooms in my house like into a green screen room, and make like little movies using these characters. And basically I want to make like gladiator armor and all types of stuff like that, and swords, and I like that whole Spartacus. I got that on Blu-ray and DVD, matter of fact. But I love that show, and I was so pissed when Andy Whitfield died, because they put the new dude in, and he was real soft. He was real soft compared to Andy Whitfield. Andy Whitfield was because the new dude cried, but he looked like he was like a woman, or somebody took his toys from him. When Andy Whitfield cried, he looked like he was angry and was ready to kick somebody's ass. So when the first season of Spartacus came out, I was like, oh man, this is my show. All the blood and the killing and the guts and everything that they were showing. And Andy Whitfield was the man. He was ripped. And the new dude comes in, and he don't look like he exercised a day in his life. He looked like a model who came from one of those Abercrombie and Fitch magazines, and they put him right up there. He had no muscle tone. He looked all flabby looking. He looked like he had muscle potential, but he just didn't do anything with it. They had to keep his armor on most of the time just to hide the fact that he didn't have a good physique. And everybody around him who were called gladiators all were like shredded.
Yeah, that's kind of funny with the casting nowadays. Is like El Camino. Todd didn't lose any weight, and he was still fat, and people were like, everybody's so body negative with him. And then Aaron Paul, of course, he got chubby, and they don't keep the camera lower below his tummy. Even Punisher, the first season of Punisher, they fucking covered John Bernthal's belly.
Oh, come on,
Any scene they had with the shirt off.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You're going to be playing a superhero, but you're not in superhero shape. Come on. Come on. This is ridiculous.
Why are they doing this?
This is ridiculous. I'm talking about you're in a show. You're in now. I think it was 3 to 4 seasons. 3 seasons. Yeah, it was 3 seasons, because the the second season was like a 6-episode short, and then the next 2 season was with the new guy. And okay, the first season you come in, okay, it was under short notice. Maybe you couldn't have gotten your body into shape in that shorter period of time, but by the time the last season comes around, you should have been shredded. There's no way that you have any excuse for not having muscles that look like this everybody else on the show. And it made me mad, but the show was so good I was able to get past it. I just love those types of shows, those period pieces, like, and those fantasy type stuff like Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones and Spartacus. Oh, I could just live there forever, watching those things. And that's what I want Thug City to be like. I want it to be one of those places that you just want to go back to know what's going to happen the next time in the next installment, because the action and the story and everything just comes together. I don't want it just to be like a bunch of action with no story that keeps you interested. I want you to like my characters. As a matter of fact, I want you to dislike some of them. I want you to dislike Mike at first. When you first introduced to him, I want you to dislike him. And that's what I'm striving for. And then later on, you might come to like him.
I hear you.
Yeah. And he's going to be my main character. So it's going to be funny. But I'm going to be introducing other dudes. There's going to be another character that I'm going to introduce. He's on my page. The guy that you see on Monstrosity, the Indigenous Monstrosity channel. That guy, he's those are 2 versions of the same guy. The ones in the red in the background is the original version I drew back in the 80s, and the white version is the one I haven't colored and inked yet, and he's a more updated version from like 2002 or 7, something like that. So he's gonna be in the story. You're gonna watch him come to life right in real time during the story, and his storyline is intricate to what happens further down the line. Like a lot of my characters is like that. Their stories and their origins and stuff like that has to do with plotting out the story and what happens further down the line. And that's what's taking me a minute to work out, because I want to have like Easter eggs making that you might be able to go back to and say, hey, okay, now I see what this meant. Maybe 2 or 3 books down the line. Yeah, okay, maybe I remember something about this in the first book. Hold on, let me go back and flip through and say, hey, yeah, there it is. I want to leave little treasure chests of things here and there that kind of point the way, because as far as I'm seeing with this story, from the very beginning with the origin of Mike, because he, from that point on, is like that whole incident with his whole origin story, it kind of has a effect throughout the whole world that that's going to open up way down the line, because with I'm trying to open up a universe. I'm not trying to just create a comic book. I'm trying to create a universe. So I have to. Have any of y'all ever watched Supernatural?
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Hoff? We lose Hoff?
I don't know. I'm on clip art right now.
Yeah, I think
we're
we
done.
lost him. What happened? No. Well, daggone, I lost Hoff. Oh, his phone died.
Oh.
He
That
doesn't have a
sucks.
plug. He should have a plug. He could kept it plugged in.
You want to
Oh
try?
man.
You want to try inviting Inkspots in?
Yeah, invite him.
Apparently, he canceled his show.
How do I find him?
I think you can only send the invite through StreamYard.
You told him that we're here.
I just suggested you first. I haven't sent you anything yet. I've been drawn.
No. Does he know where you are?
Inkspots?
Yeah. Does he
No.
know that story time happens every week?
I've told him before, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't remember.
Okay. So how would I get in contact with him in order to send him a link or whatever?
His Twitter handle is I believe it's My Evil Robot.
My Evil Robot.
Yep.
Oh, here we come. Here we go. He's back.
Hey,
here we go.
Sorry about your phone. See if he
I'm
wants
back.
to come in.
Okay. You got a plug? You got it plugged up now?
Yeah,
so
I do.
That doesn't happen again? Good. Where was I was talking? Where did we lose you in the story?
Supernatural? Something about Supernatural?
Yeah. Okay. You didn't miss much. All right. Yeah. Have you ever watched Supernatural?
No.
Well, Supernatural is a show about these two brothers, the Winchesters, and this demon kills their mother as babies. And like throughout, it makes them become hunters, and they go hunting the demon that killed their mother. And basically, they're coming across all of these different other types of creatures and demons and werewolves and vampires and all of these different things. So over the years, they went for like 15 seasons. But I stopped around season 10 because that's when it started getting slow and boring, because they had gotten too far too fast. They kind of went and fought against the angels and the demon and God and all of that stuff. So after fighting God, they had to go back to fight the regular demons and stuff like that again. So and then they slowed the story down. The character Dean, he kind of got less aggressive. And so everything kind of gets slowed down because they had to basically start recycling things that they already touched on. So that's what I don't want to happen with my story. Go too far, too fast, introduce stuff that should be way farther down in the storyline, instead of, because it's so, the magnitude of the incident would be so big that if you go back down to regular everyday life type situations, it'll make the story less interesting. So that's why I'm trying to plot everything out for like 10 stories down the line, 10 books away. So
hey, sorry.
Hey.
I gotta leave. I gotta help my wife with a Costco run.
Okay.
Do you want me to send what I pretty much
No.
do you want me to work on it with the clip art, because I'm trying to get my clip art skills better, because I don't have a clue what I'm doing yet.
You asked me if I wanted you to work on what?
The ferret bounty hunter.
The bounty hunter story. It's up to you. I understand that you're working with your Clip Studios. Do what you got to do. It's up to you what you want.
I'm just trying to get better at that for you.
No, do what you got to do.
Okay.
Do what you got to do. I'm going to be working on, I got my stories to work on. I got to finish this deformity matchup and then I gotta get back to writing some of my stuff. I came up with a new story over the week too. Godhead. It's crazy stuff. It's gonna introduce new characters and everything to my main story. I'm always coming up with new ideas. It's becoming a curse. I don't have no place to write all this stuff.
And I told you about the story I had set up for my twin nephews of where they got their name.
Yeah.
All right,
No,
I'll talk to you.
We'll catch up with that guy next week because I'm about to stop this stream anyway. We're going on 3 hours.
Yeah.
So it's long enough. I don't want it to get too long, and then people might not watch it.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right, I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, now Gargoyle. Until next time.
Later.
Later, Gargoyle. Good talking to you.
Right. Yeah, man. So that's what I'm trying to do with this story, the Might of Thug City. I don't want it to get too. I want to build it up slowly. I want to work from the ground level up, and I want to have my main characters kind of struggle with finding out information because of these clandestine organizations. He's not going to know anything about it. He's just going to be coming up against like lower level guys, and then finally one day down the line he might have a breakthrough, and then he has to struggle to get to these higher ups. And like I said, there's these organizations kind of trying to run the world, so by the time he even gets on their radar, they might know about him, but they're not really interested in directly engaging because as far as they're concerned, he's a nobody. So he's basically working his way up through all of their middlemen and lower echelon and all of these people in order to find people who's responsible, but for different things that's going on. And that's all of these things is what I'm trying to line up and set up in a way that it flows right, and it tells a story, and it allows me to put a lot of action in.
Yeah.
Because I have so many characters, so I'm always I have 2 separate books. I have my Bible, and then I have the book that I'm writing. I have 3 books. I have the book that I put the names of all of the books the characters that I'm using for the Thug City story, and then I have the book binder, a binded book that notebook that I use to write the story in. So where I put all of my characters that I'm using for the story, and I work out their powers and their abilities and all of the different little details is in one book, and where I outline my story and work out my storyline, and actually the script is in another book. So I'm just trying to keep, and right now I got a lot of characters. I got a lot of foot soldiers and henchmen and hired muscle and all kinds of guards that are specific to protecting specific types of higher tier bossmen. So we got all types of different levels of opposition from our good guys.
Yeah.
And in order to get and in the meanwhile, a lot of times there's going to be other things that's going on outside of the control of these clandestine guys, just regular ordinary type of superhero type things. So this is going to be a major. I'm trying to create another Marvel's comic. That's what my thing. That's what I'm trying to do.
It's gonna be a lot of work, but it's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, I'm having you can hear me laughing and enjoying it right now. I'm enjoying myself just writing it and knowing that, because before I didn't know that I was gonna have a story coming out or a comic book or anything. I just was sitting back, just collecting characters and writing down little story lines and scenes and different things like that, action sequences, things like that. I didn't believe that I would have an opportunity to create anything, and then I came across Zach and them with Comicsgate, and I'm like, hold on, crowdfunding? What the hell is crowdfunding? I can do this.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden I got a channel, I got a mic, I'm on here talking a lot of nonsense. People are starting to subscribe to me. So yeah, I'm like, I can do this.
Yeah, same here. I was like growing up, like, playing video games and stuff. I'd always daydream about what if this was that way, different action scenarios and stuff, and just did it for fun, and never
Yeah.
really thought about doing comic books. Well, I did for a little bit, but it just seemed like such a hard barrier to get over.
Yeah.
But now that I found out about Comicsgate, it's like it's actually a path for me to actually get my ideas out there.
Yeah. So you a writer, or you artist, or you both, or what?
Uh, I guess like jack of all trades, master of none, pretty much. I
Yeah.
don't really. I can't really call myself either of those two things, but I do like I'll do them for fun on my own
Yeah.
time, and I like to come up with ideas and like scenarios for like heroes and things like that.
You're planning
And
a campaign, right?
sometime in the future.
Yeah.
And I got into Comicsgate like back in what late 2017.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh,
I've
you
just
was there from the
kinda
beginning.
like pretty much since Last Jedi came out. That's
Yeah.
when I really got into it.
Yeah.
I've been kind of just like meandering with my artistic stuff, and just I think it's time for me to actually get into it and try to do more stuff on the creative side.
Yeah, that's
Comicsgate.
what happened to me. That's what happened to me. I was taking care of my mom's, and I kind of was floundering, and I didn't have no direction. I had stopped work to take care of her. She asked me not to go back to work. Now, I didn't stop work. I got hurt on the job, and then I stopped work. And then when I was getting ready to go back, I said, "Moms, I'm going back." And she kind of got used to me being around. I used to take her to all of her appointments and wait in the car, so she didn't have to worry about, coming back down and feeding the meter and moving the car and all of this stuff. She can just go right into her appointments and leave me with the car, and I took over everything. And so it kind of got to be I guess easy for her, and she didn't want to lose that, because if I would have went back to work, I was working at nights, and so I wouldn't have been able to be in the daytime taking her around. I wouldn't have got any sleep. So I knew if I was going to go back to work, if she wanted me to help her out the way I was helping her, then I wouldn't be able to go back to work. So she said, "Hey, I got money. You don't need to go back. I'm already paying for everything. So I'll make sure that you have what you need." And so I said, and I thought about it. I said, my mom's took care of my pops before he passed. She deserves it. How much longer does she have? That's the types of things that went through my brain. I didn't. My mother was the one that was always sick all of the time. She had diabetes, high blood pressure, all of this stuff. So I figured, she was in her 70s. My father died at 81. She might not last that long. I don't know, but she wound up living till 91.
Right.
Yeah, she lived a long time. That's why I said I can't. It hurt to lose her and watch her go the way that she did, but that's the way that life happens sometimes. Life happens and we're not promised happiness. You got to grab it when you can. So
Yes.
that's why I said when she went and then my dog died last year, I was hurting, but it's time to move. So that's why I started plodding, man. I got to start getting back into my drawing all the time, trying to draw every day. If I'm not drawing, I got to do something with my cloth figures. I can't, like, there was long times when I wasn't doing anything. I would just be sitting around watching TV, and maybe I might play a video game, or I watch some movies or some cartoons, and I would entertain myself that way instead of drawing. And instead of really writing out my stories, I would mainly just write scenes or write dialogue or come up with a new story idea or coming up with new character names or coming up with new origin stories or abilities or whatever I could find, and basically filling my Bible up. And that's why I've gotten so thick, because of not really taking the time to organize everything into one solid story and writing out single stories and then finishing it and then moving on to the next story and doing it over and over and over again. So I got all of these ideas and concepts, and there's only one or two that I've really worked on to try to bring. And that was early when I thought I was more, I'm going to put the story out. I'm going to have a book. I'm going to be able to work for Marvel or DC or one of those places. And that kind of fell through. I started hanging out and doing wild stuff, and I wasn't concerned anymore. For like 10, 15 years of my life, I was just enjoying women and partying and doing all kinds of craziness.
Yeah.
Now I want to come back to my nerd life and start drawing and creating again.
Yeah. I hear you. And what you're talking about earlier about getting your story plotted out in the right like I used to watch the show The Walking Dead. And I get so upset at how like every episode was like a filler. You know, it was like like you're saying, like you don't want it to be too fast, but also you don't want it to be too slow. You know.
Yeah, because that's what I was listening to when a lot of the reviews with Zach when he came out with Jailbreakers. They were saying that it seemed rushed, and that a lot of his and he even said that he put a lot of extra stories, like you get like 2 or 3 stories in one book. And I don't know, why would you need that much stories? Because I don't plan on having 2 and 3 stories in my book. It's going to be one story, but might have a lot of different characters. But if I want to organize it to where it's one character at a time, and then another one will pop in, and as that story start unfolding, then maybe slide a third. I'm not going to have too many going at one time. I'm going to like how Game of Thrones did it. They kept on 2 or 3 characters. Then the next episode, they move on to another 2 or 3 characters. Then the next episode, they come back to the first few characters, and they just kept bouncing around back and forth until they had all of these characters introduced, and then they started killing some off, bringing others in, and that's why I said that's interesting. I could do that. I could do that, man. Just gradually move in, introduce characters, keep them in the background, let them know that they're there, and let it work. And then as people drop out for whatever reason, you move other people up. And that's why I'm working my story. And when you move that person up, you bring their origin stories with them. That's why I got characters like the Curse of the Minotaur. I got a whole storyline with one of my background characters that I know that it's gonna come in. I've got all kinds of different background stories with other side characters that's going to bring in other characters like Mistress Dread. I got all kinds of I'm telling you, it's just I can see it happening. I've got the storylines and origins plotted that I've already had. So I already know these characters. So when I put them in the story, it's like the story opens up. And I'm like, okay, now I know where this story is going just because I put this character in.
Yeah. You,
So
you do like so it's like 4D chess kind of like strategize. Yeah,
yeah,
like how the characters interact with each other.
yeah. I basically got to plot out their interactions, their strategies, their like, because everybody's conniving, everybody's scheming. So I gotta have plot twists and people betraying each other. Everybody's corrupt, and you don't know who's working for whom and where the bad guys are actually coming from. Sometimes it's gonna be tricky. So I have to know who's dirty up front. I can't go through it mysteriously and then all of a sudden come up with a bad guy. No, I have to know way beforehand who's dirty, what plans he's got, and how he's trying to set people up, because sometimes it might come out later down the line how this person was doing dirt and how the twist, unfolds and reveals the real storyline or the real culprit behind this event that might have happened years ago or 2 or 3 books back or whatever. So this is, if you watch 24 or Alias, those types of shows, or because, like, again, I came from an era back in the days where we had all of these, the Cold War, and all of these spy shows and spy themes and detective shows back in the day. So all of these little things is working in my head. And then with the new movies I've been seeing and some of these older things, I'm trying to weave and blend things together and have it work to where the story's always moving, you're always wondering, and there's always bad guys to fight. So, and that's the main part. I want the action. The speed of my book is gonna be due to the action, but the pace of the story is gonna be methodical and intent, and it's gonna be mysterious, intent, have intent, and it's gonna move you along. You're gonna always want to know why, what's coming next, why is that happening, who's this guy, and what's he up to. That's how I want. I want you always asking questions. I want people. I want to be always answering questions. So I don't want too many questions left untold or unanswered for too long, because I don't want you to forget.
That's important. Like the new Star Wars movies have come out, and it just nothing but questions. There's no answers. Nothing gets resolved.
And that's not how the first original Star Wars was.
No.
That's not how they did with the original.
No, not at all. Yeah, the original ones were rock solid, but these new ones they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't get it. They really got to start doing something. Go ahead.
What are like 5 like movies or TV shows that are like in the same, like what 5 TV shows or movies like inspire that story, or like sort of the vibe of your book is going to be like?
Well, I can't really. It's a combination of all of the animated DC movies that I've ever seen, which is all of that, especially from War. Or no, not War. Especially from Flash. What is it? Flashpoint.
Okay.
Yeah, from that Flashpoint movie on, that's when the animation and everything really started getting good in the DC universe, the animated universe. And then let me see. As far as comic books, my it got to be John Byrne and Claremont with the whole Dark Phoenix saga. That's a heavy influence in my mind as far as creating comic book stories. And then Silver Surfer, Terrax, because he was also a herald of Galaxis. So there's a lot of stories. I've collected comic books for so long. There's a comic book that you might not know about. I collected it in black and white back in the days, and when it was an independent book, and then Marvel picked it up years later. It was called Elf Quest, and it was about these elves that lived in this, I guess, this field, because there was a lot of wooded area, and they lived in a lot of tunnels under the ground. They were like little guys. They wasn't like tall, statuesque characters that like from Lord of the Rings. They were more tiny, short characters, and trolls and goblins were basically the same size of these guys, and they had these wars with these trolls and goblins. And I bought those. I think it was like 20 something books, and then Marvel picked it up, and I started collecting a few of those. So, but I got a lot of Conan the Barbarian with Bashima. There's a lot of history. Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger is a main story, because it's how the stories were told, and what drew me into that with the action and how they plotted out the story. My Stone God story is basically plotted. It opens up in the same way that Conan the Barbarian opens up. The group of kids are out playing in the field. These group of warriors come plowing through their village and kills everybody. And the mentor is this reptile. I have a whole lot of drawings about this reptile. I mean, the mentor, and he's of a reptilian breed. And basically, the Stone God story basically starts out. You've heard of the Galapagos Islands, right?
Yeah, I've heard of them, but I'm not quite sure what they are.
It's a island where a lot of rare breeds of animals exist, because like birds that can't fly because they don't have no predators, or rare species of this type of animal, and other. But the Galapagos Islands, the reason why I bring it up, because Galapagos means one whole, if I remember correct, when I was watching the either history or one of those channels, they had a series about, or a show about the Galapagos Islands, and I watched it, and it intrigued me, and so I made a world called Galagos. Basically, the same thing. One huge continent, and it was created. The whole world was created out of magic, and the magic kind of separated and settled into different forms, depending on the different things that was required. Like stone got its own entity, water, soil. The moon had these different power or magic that basically represents it. It has heat, ice, all of these different things had their own power or magic source. And as the world was formed, these magic sources settled into individual kind of entities. And what happens is different animals with the capability of reaching these power sources were able to be drawn to these power sources and became gods. And so if it was like the air and eagle was able to capture this power form, they became gods, but they didn't know where they got the ability from. And it's sort of like the power source kind of ceased to exist again. And these gods, the different life forms that became gods, they basically started creating the world in their image. And they each created their own breed of people under their, that look like them and, that worship them for who they were and all that. But they also created other types, or not necessarily created, but being that there were creatures that sort of resembled them, they brought them to a higher state of consciousness. So they kind of made them from four-legged animals into two-legged creatures with higher conscious thought, and was basically told to worship the gods and all of that, and given rules and all of that types of stuff. And that's basically how Galagos came to be. But then the stone god, he believed that he was the most powerful god, that the world is made up of mostly stone, both molten and of solid rock, and that he and the ice god had the right to rule, and he wanted to rule all the gods and the whole of Galagos, and the ice god would be at his side, and everybody else would be subservient to him. And the other gods didn't believe in that. They said, "Why should you be able to rule?" And they wasn't going to go for it, so they went to war. And it wound up the ice god. It's the stone god and the ice god and one other god. I forget which one, because it's been a while since I wrote this story. This was my first story I ever tried to write back when I was like 18. So, and I got a lot of story on this story. I got all kinds of creatures, different. I even was starting to write a language to go in the story.
Wow.
That's how much I was dedicated to this story. So this basically, they went to war, and one of the ice god died. The stone god got defeated and locked away in his own. They kind of created a special kind of stone to imprison him in. And so, and then the god said, we don't want to take any more chances with this happening again. So they kind of left Galagos, and they left their children there, and they became the new gods, but a lot less powerful. And the stone god and the ice god, their people was shunned, and this is like for generations, for so long that people didn't even remember the original gods. They only remember the children, and the children don't bring up the old gods. So it's like nobody knows the history of Galagos anymore. It's this whole new entity. It's like millennia have passed, and then finally some man stumbles across the tomb where the original stone god was buried, where this stone prison, and he's drawn to it because the stone god wants out. He wants freedom. But this new guy, he's familiar with magic and stuff like that, and he doesn't want to get too close because he senses there's something very wrong there. But he also senses the power, and he wants that because he's really a nobody. And so he harnesses the power of this stone, and he becomes the new stone god. and he starts reigning over Galagos, and it's a long time where this guy is ruling, and things happen, and from this point on is where the stone god, the old stone god, is reintroduced to the world. He's trying to get all his power back because the stone that he was imprisoned in basically drained him, and so of all his power. So he's trying to find, when after he comes back, he's trying to find his way to reinvigorate his powers, and so basically there are things that he has to learn about Galagos, being that it's been so many thousands and thousands of years that have passed, and he's just slowly trying to build himself back up to his form. Well, he's not going to have anywhere near the power that he has, but he's working on that using this new stone god and the armies that he's developed over time, that he's trying to reassert his sense of strength, and that story has got a lot to because I got all kinds of, I got worms. I know that might come from Dune, but my worms are not the same, and they got a whole, I call them Ewoms, EWOMS, and they come with a people too. There's a whole people that comes with these Ewoms, and a river of death and all kinds of things. And they basically they when they invade a area, they basically try to kidnap people and take them away, and you never see them again. And if you do, they're unrecognizable. Let's just put it like that. So there's all kinds of story plots and twists in that story too, man. I'm telling you, I have Imeldian guards, women fighters that use the trees and everything to fight, like people use metal. They use trees and leaves and staffs and all types of stuff like that. So I got all types of creatures that I've created, plant creatures, stompers, winged creatures. Oh man, I got all kinds of stuff because it's mostly a primitive world with more. If you ever seen Fire and Ice with with that Ralph Bakshi and Frank Frazetta, that's basically one of the movies, animated movies that I saw that helped create that story. It was that, the original animated Lord of the Rings, Dragon Slayer. Oh, excuse me.
Barbarian.
Conan the Barbarian. All of those movies combined together, and this anime called The Legend of Crystania, and that one is basically the same. It has these gods. These gods are in there, and they have these people that are able to transform into the animal god representation. Like if they had a lion king as a lion as a god, the people who worship lion god can change into lions people. And there's people who can change into bear creatures, lizard creatures, a tiger. Everybody has a god, and it's great. It's one of the most spectacular animes that I got, and that helped to form my Galago story too. So I kind of got the whole gods line through that anime.
Yeah.
Even though I took it in another direction, it has no correlation in any way. But yeah, I did use that to kind of, I guess, seed seed the ground that I grew my story out of.
Yeah, sounds far out. It sounds like crazy, like cosmic fantasy, magic, sword and sorcery.
Yeah, it's mostly
I see
that
the
fantasy sword and sorcery. Yeah.
that's like
Yes.
that's like a genre that I don't really know too much about. Like I mostly do like sci-fi and kind of like military like stuff or like street stuff like RoboCop and
Yeah.
so. But I like sword and sorcery stuff too. I like Skyrim and
Oh yeah.
Lord of the Rings, and so I dig it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know anything about this stuff. Yeah, I had to start doing research. That's one of the reasons why I didn't finish it, because I wanted to know what types of mercantile and what types of things would be sold in this types of places. So I had to start doing research on Middle Ages and what types of trade goods and everything that was sold back in that time, back in ancient Egypt. I started doing all types of research just so that I can make my story feel more rich.
Yeah.
I didn't
And
know about
sometimes,
any of this stuff.
yeah, sometimes like with research, I'll do it later. Like I'll write this, I'll like try to plot the story out as much as I can, and then go back into your research, and
Yeah.
then that'll help me rewrite the
Well, that's
story.
what I had to do, because I was finding myself getting stuck while I was writing my story. And so I had to stop and do the research, because I was just strictly going from heart.
Yeah.
And then I started getting myself, so I was like, daggone, I want to know certain things. I want to be able to make my story sound more rich, more full, more like a world that people actually live in. And so I had to start doing research.
Hmm. And sometimes
Yeah.
research can be like it can kind of like sometimes it can stifle you. Like for me, like it's sometimes better for me to just write what I think the story is supposed to be.
Yeah.
If I do research first, I might like try to copy it too much,
Uh,
like so I like to use research as like a second win, like to like inspire me to write some more kind of
yeah.
thing.
That's how I am now with writing my comic book story, because I was writing a story with my nephew, and I asked him just to give me 3 characters that I would do most of the work.
Mhm.
I was gonna. It was supposed to be this corporate thing where everybody had to belong to a corporation, or you had to be licensed. You couldn't just go out in the street and be a superhero. You know, you can get in trouble. So um, I said, yo, man, just give me 3 characters. Give me all of the workup, because I don't want to create your characters for you. You already know what their abilities are. So just give me what their personalities are, what type of archetype they are, and if there's any type of specific type of any type of event or type of things that you might want me to see your character do, that I could put into the story. And then from there, I can handle the rest. And if you might want to give me 2 characters and then 1 cameo, you know, he could pop in and pop out, and then, you know, have interest in some of your other characters. And if you want to run with it, you can run with it from there. So he never gave me the characters, but he never gave me any of the workup. So I just put that story to the side, and I started this one with because I'd drawn Mike on the subway, and I think I didn't even put him in the book. I didn't even put him in my Bible yet. I just drew him with these 2 sexy girls on his arm. And I was on the subway riding home, and I just was drawing, and I drew this guy. I said, I'm going to call him Mike. And I never really considered any story for him or anything like that. But then maybe a year or 2 maybe 3 years back, 4 years back, I started thinking of him, and I was gonna do some. I didn't, like I said, I didn't want anybody to like him. I didn't want anybody to like him because I was going to create this whole revolution around him. And I called it the Might Revolution. And I was going to be this whole big thing based off police killings and all of this stuff. Not police getting killed, police killing some innocent people, and then riots jump off and all of this other stuff. And it was going to create this like civil war, and where a lot of people were supposed to die. I'm kind of like a fatalist like that. I like seeing a lot of people die in the story, right? I think I have a few stories where like half of the population is supposed to die. So yeah, one of these that's what it's supposed to be with the revolution, the Might Revolution. It was supposed to be like half the population of the United States was supposed to get wiped out. So I never, when I started writing this, it was with the intention that would eventually happen, that revolution would eventually take place. But now with the way that the story went from the beginning and introducing these other characters that had nothing to do with that revolution story and creating his origin story, it twisted the whole story around.
Yeah.
It twisted the whole story. So now I can't, if I put that in there, it wouldn't fit, because it would do just like what I was saying with Supernatural. In order to get to the story with the opening up the universe to my world, I would have to go through this revolution, and it would kill off half of my characters. So I can't do that story now. I would have to create a whole nother character to pull off that story.
Yeah. Maybe you could still do it. Maybe you could find a workaround or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Or Elseworld.
Yeah.
One of those Elseworlds where it doesn't really happen. It's just a what if.
Yeah. You do that.
Yeah. I think I would rather just save it for another character, because it would be easier that way. Yeah. It would introduce another character, because like I said, I got so many. I literally have thousands, and I definitely have hundreds that's ready to go. I can, because they already got origin stories or abilities. I don't have to figure all of that stuff out. You know, sometimes I used to listen to Stan Lee talk, and he said, yeah, when I wanted to create a new character, then I would do this and that. Well, I don't have to create any new characters. All I have to do is thumb through my book and point my finger, and there he is. I already did that work. Yeah,
it's good to have that arsenal.
Yes. I didn't realize that until I started trying to get into Comicsgate. Well, I didn't have to get into it. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that I was already Comicsgate. It's just that I'm trying to build my network now. That's all.
Yeah.
So when I first started to try and build, I didn't understand that. I was like, okay, yeah. I didn't realize that a lot of these guys are coming with just one or two stories in mind. And so when I started putting it out there that I got this Bible with 10,000 characters, I figured a lot of people are going to be, oh, he's full of shit. This guy, he's just trying to brag and talk all of this crap because he wants somebody to notice him. And no, I actually have this book. Well, it's 3 books that's tied together and 3 composition notebooks. Those little marble black and white books that you used to use in high school or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 of those tied together with just a bunches of names and origins and little abilities or little story types and little fight scenes or origin. Say some of them have origins without any character associated with it, because I had an idea and I just had to write it down. So I just picked another page and wrote it in, and then I saved that section and made like several pages so that I can have all ideas that come like that, all vacant ideas that just come randomly out. I could put it in this section of the book, and that tended to expand. So over the years, that book got thicker and thicker, and now I'm trying to stop.
I wish I had like written down more of my ideas, like
Well,
when I was younger. Because
I'm telling you now that you should get yourself a book and start, because you're gonna find that it's gonna become a habit, and you're gonna quickly develop a lot of characters. I told that to my nephew. Yo, get yourself a book and start writing them down. Don't just because once you start, you know how I get my ideas? Not from I don't steal from other people, or I don't use analogs. Like that's what people like to say a lot. Oh, I want to create my own Green Lantern. I want to create my own Batman, or I want to create my own Superman. No, that's not how I do mine. So I look up I watch TV, or I watch my videos or my movies with the subtitles on. And when somebody says something interesting, some kind of an action word or whatever, I look it up in the dictionary, write down the meaning, and if the meaning has something interesting in it, I build the character around that.
Mm-hmm.
So I never try to, and if it happens to be a superhero type character or stone character, a rock character, or whatever, don't, so be it. But I don't go out looking to create a character based on the Thing or Mr. Fantastic or the Invisible Girl or Spawn. I don't do that. That's not my style. I try to be original with my thought process.
And it's usually better that way. It's like you usually get a better end product if you're inspired to make something from scratch, like instead of trying to copy an analog.
Not only that, I think I have a lot of original ideas. They might not be a totally original, but that they're originally inspired, and I think that they feel that way.
Yeah.
So, like the Deformity, he's a basic character mostly, but with his design and with the giant head design, and then once I finished getting his suit finished, and I think it's gonna be pretty good, and he could work out. Now I have other characters. I'm introducing characters like him because he's a basic character, but I have more intricate characters. I have simple characters like Wolverine type characters. That's not Wolverine type characters. They're just real basic characters like that, but I can't show them because their design would be so easily to steal. And so I've never shown some of these characters, not even on any of my videos, because I don't want somebody else to come up with put the idea out there before my book comes out.
Nope. Yeah, I agree. That's something that I'm kind of like get cold feet about jumping in the comics gate. Was like, I don't really know all the copyright laws and stuff, and I'm scared that I'm going to come up with some great, $1 million idea that's going to get stolen from me.
Exactly. That's what I talked to with Adam Post. I asked him, how do I protect my idea? How do I put my story out and talk about my characters without worrying about it getting stolen? He says, well, you're going to have to just do it. You have to trust that the people want to see you put your story out. What you do is that you don't tell every little thing. That way they can't steal your idea totally. And then when you bring your book out, people will see the difference. If somebody does try to steal your work, people will see the difference. Their half-baked idea and your fully fleshed out idea. And that's how you really get your thing done, because suing won't really get you anything, and except for you spending a lot of money. So it's best to just, if somebody's going to steal from you, just let them steal. Just don't tell everything. Like, you might hear me talking about my stories, but I'm not telling everything. There's so much I'm leaving out. So if somebody does try to steal something, okay. But when I come out with my book, people will see that you're a thief.
Yeah. And something else that I think of is like there's other books that come out that are like similar to what I want to do, but I should just still do it anyway, because no one's gonna tell the story that I want to tell.
That's right. You know, nobody's gonna tell your story. Your mind works way different than anybody else's. You're gonna see inroads and X-fills and X-rows where nobody else will. And that's what I worried about too. What if my story is like stories that's been told in Marvel already? What if my ideas is like stories that I've read already in Marvel years ago, and I'm thinking I'm coming up with something new, but I'm just recycling some old DC story that I read years ago? I can't think like that no more. You know, I have to just do it, because I know I'm not looking for anybody else's story. I don't have any comic books out where I'm trying to go word for word. Now, I'm going to be using comic books to help me draw my comics, because the inking stuff I'm not that familiar with. Penciling, I'm a penciling fiend, but my inks, I haven't done inking in years, so I have to, all of that learning that I would have done if I would have been focusing instead of hanging out and partying. I gotta force feed myself that now, because by the next year I gotta have me a book and campaign. I have to have it there. So yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, man. I mean, I am looking forward to it. Every Saturday, man, I've been here. Every Saturday, 2:00 on the head, I've been here. So this is something I'm not used to doing. I'm used to being either relaxing somewhere, watching TV, or doing something else. I'm not used to putting time into this stuff. This is all because of my art, man. I want this to come out, and I want people to get to know me. I want people to get to trust me. And I will never be a Critias, because I'm doing all the art. Pencils, inks, colors, letters, everything is coming from me. I don't have to pay nobody. I'm just paying me. So there's not going to be all of that crazy money dealings that Critias did. There's not going to be any of that. It's all me.
Yeah. I was actually gonna I wrote down some notes about stuff I want to talk about. I was gonna actually bring up the Critias Detective Dead thing.
Yeah.
Because I guess his hard drive malfunctioned and he can't get his art.
He claimed that, but he said everything went down at the same time. 3 or 4 different things burned out at the same time. Usually one thing burns out. Because you got a circuit breakers, you got certain things, and once that one thing blows, it kills the circuit throughout the whole system. So how could it burn up several things unless you had a serious surge, electrical surge that just kind of killed your whole thing? And even then it sounded fishy. $11,000 you pay to some artist up front. Why would you pay $11,000 up front for anything? For anything, this is ridiculous. $11,000 to an artist, and then he's talking about the guy still didn't give him all of his work, and it's been how many years, and you still haven't gotten the work? You only gotten 40 pages. This is ridiculous. Out of 80, this is ridiculous to me. This is ridiculous. So he didn't do it to me. He did do it to me because now people don't trust people like me.
Right.
I'm a new up and comer, and now people are, oh man, I don't know if I want to help no new guys. So he did do it to me. So I didn't want to get on him because he didn't really do nothing personal to me, but he did do something personal to me because he made it harder for me.
Yeah. The artwork that he had up already like looked pretty good. Like it
looked really good.
Yeah.
It looked really good. But he's talking about paying back $38,000. Then he has to finish paying other artists to come and complete the work that's not finished. Then he has to print it and shipping and handling. And shipping and handling is the worst of it. So where are you getting another $50,000-$60,000 from?
Man,
this is impossible. This is why EVS says he don't expect that book. It's never going to come out. He's never going to fulfill because it's ridiculous. I told him that on Twitter. I told him that personally. He said, I'm going to pay back. I said, that's going to cost anywhere from 30 to 60,000 just on the payback. Never mind trying to fulfill. There's no way. And he said, yeah, I'm sorry. I said, you fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up. There's no way. That's crazy. I can't.
It seems
go ahead.
I was gonna say, it seems like it'd be easier to just try to finish it than it would be to try to get refunds. Like, I don't know.
It would make more sense too.
Yeah.
Than to say that you're gonna pay them back and then try to fulfill too. It makes no sense. It sounds like the same thing he pulled when he messed everything up.
Yep.
And that's what he did. That's because I believe he spent more money on his own personal bills, and he, because that $11,000 to artists doesn't sound right.
No.
Especially when everybody else was saying you might need 3 to 4 to pay for the artist. So if you only need 3 or 4,000 to pay for an artist, why are you paying 11,000 up front to any artist? It doesn't make any sense. Well, like I said, that will never be me because I would never put my it's all on me. All of the artwork is going to be on me. I'm not paying it. And if I do get another artist to draw one of my stories, he will never get a dime up front. This guy came on Twitter telling me, I need money. I need money. I need money. I said, well, I'm sorry, man. I don't have no money to give you. If you can't wait for the campaign, I'm sorry, then. He wanted it now before he even did the work. And because they said to go on, John Malin said that there's like artist thing that you put in Twitter and artists will come. So that's what I did. I put up art, I need an artist. And a couple of dudes responded. And this one dude was like, oh, he had an attitude too. Oh man, I got to come up with my money, man. I need my money up front. I need my money up. I don't do no campaign thing. I said, okay, well, I'm sorry, but I can't hit you up with no money up front. I'm broke. I'm trying to do my thing and get my campaign on. I can't pay you no upfront money. So he said, okay. I said, well, if you change your mind, I got stories. I got several stories. And if you ever change your mind, I'm here. But as far as that upfront stuff, nobody. So it's okay. I'm gonna keep looking because I figured if I could get a story out now, somebody who's willing to do the art now, that it would give me more time to come out with my own, and I would be able to have something coming in while I'm working on mine. But for now, I haven't found the artist, so I'm going to go on Deviant Art and see what I can find over there. See if I can find any artists that just wanna draw. They're not really into the writing part.
Yeah. It's good to have like two like stories or two like kind of projects. So like one's like a bit not frivolous, but one a bit more, lax on one of them, and then one's a bit more like serious, like your
not as complicated.
Right.
More of a basic story, like how Zach did with the Iron Sights. Yeah. It's a less complicated story than Jawbreakers.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to do like one like cartoon book and then one like serious action superhero book.
I've been giving that a thought too, because I can cartoon also. I was cartooning back in the days at one point, and I was thinking that maybe I might try and do something a little more funny.
Yeah.
Not be so serious. Why so serious? Yeah, because I got a lot of stories. I got the Soulfire Lords. That was based more around like Naruto, where during the fighting they're calling out their abilities or what attacks that they're using. So the Soulfire Lords were basically based on that type of idea. My nephew had got me into watching Naruto, and so Naruto, I even bought the first few. I bought the first seasons, and then I got the first 5 or 6 seasons of Shippuden, Naruto Shippuden, but those are so expensive, and they cut back on all of the. They used to give you like 20-something episodes for $30. Now they want to give you 13 episodes for that same $30, and that's pissed me off. So I stopped buying it. So that's what basically I wanted to have a group of guys that's yelling out their attacks when they're fighting, just like that, the Japanese anime. So that's why I created Soulfire Lords. So I got a lot of stories, man. I can pull out at least 15 to 20 stories, and that's not counting superheroes. Just other world type stories between the Stone God, the Twin Assassins, the gods coming to Earth, aliens coming to Earth, Soulfire Lords, the Glyph. Man, I got a bunch of them.
Was that God Tomb? What was that one?
Yeah, God Tomb. Yeah, I got a lot of them. And these are just regular stories and not really having to do with superheroes per se.
Yeah. Something I was thinking about doing like a compilation of like 5 of my own stories, and then do it all in one book.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I don't know if that's how marketable that would be. But
it depends on the story. If you have if they are nice short stories that complete, they're fulfilling, because that's what Heavy Metal and Epic Magazine was. They
yeah.
had a bunch of different stories, and you would follow each story would continue in each episode of the magazine, and you'd be able to follow Den and the different stories that came out. So it's possible. You just have to set to where you're going to leave your cliffhangers.
Right.
Yeah.
I can do it.
Yeah, man. Well, that's what we're here for at Storytime. This is what we're here for. If you need any help, you know that I'm here. I can help you out at any time. I got to start focusing on writing stories. The next time we come, next week when we come here, we're going to focus on writing stories. This is another week where we didn't do any writing. But I was trying to get the stories out, but we was straying a little. So
Yeah.
I want to start fixating on writing a story and getting it, from one point to the next, and then creating characters and everything. That's what I want for Storytime. I really wanted to get it to this point where we eventually get a book that we can campaign and make money for people. And everybody can become gods. Praise the goddom. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my dogs.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah,
Um,
buddy.
I could keep talking to you for another couple hours if you want to, but
No,
you still saying that you
this
wanna-
is it. Yeah, I was gonna get off at 3, but the story, telling that story gets my engines going.
Yeah.
So I kind of ran my mouth. So yeah, but I'm gonna see what I can get into, and because I'm gonna finish. I was working on the cloth figures, and I've got the collarbones all ready to put on, and I'm starting to figure out where I'm gonna start cutting to make the ribs. And so I need to cut slats between the ribs so that I can attach the muscles, make it easier so I can attach the muscles and everything. So that's what's coming next. And once I start attaching the muscles, see, that's what I need a camera for. I need a dedicated camera that I can set in a space where I can put it down or have it mounted somewhere, and I can just sit down and have both hands free. Those videos that I make, one hand is on my phone and one hand has got the figure in my hand. So I can't really do anything.
Yeah.
I can't show anything. Yeah, I have to do everything one-handed. So yeah, I need a camera. Yeah, I need a camera so that I could show a lot of my, a lot more of the process.
Yeah. It'd be cool to get like a time lapse.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to start getting into time lapse stuff, both in drawing and with the clay and with the figures, the cloth figures. All of that's got to come next. But like I said, I got to still get a lot of equipment. I don't have another. I need to get a digital camera. I need to get one of those mounted arms, those boom arms that they use.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever follow Ripper, Young Ripper.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a nice setup. I would love to get that type of setup.
Yeah,
between his audio setup and everything, because he controls everything independently.
Yeah. Yeah, he has a nice setup. It's really slick. It's like a studio.
Yeah.
Studio almost.
Yeah.
Bedroom.
I got that too, but I got the space for it because I got a bedroom and then I got another room where I am now. And I have a whole office. I got a desk. It's like an L-shaped desk and everything in here. And then I got my drawing table right behind me, and I got a keyboard next to me, and I got everything ready to go. It's just that I don't have no place to put my I need to build a spinner, one of those spinning tables for like working clay. Like if you check out David Lemon, he's an older gentleman and he works clay. David Lemon, and you'll see how his table is set up. I need to get one of those big round spinning tables like that, and then I need some place to work with my cloth figures where I could set up my Dremel and all of my tools that I use to cut the stuff, and my pliers and everything, all of the things that I use to build and put all of my supplies that I use to mold the skulls and everything. I need one place. Right now I got that's all over the place, and no real dedicated spot where I can set up my camera and start taking pictures. Everything looks messy, and I don't want to show all of that stuff. I want to have a nice clean area where I can set up my statues and set up my clays, and then everything looks nice when I put it on camera.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm kind of a messy. My room's a mess and stuff.
Yeah.
I want to make YouTube videos, but I gotta clean my room up first.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't really show nothing yet, because I'm not really comfortable with showing my personal space yet. So those early videos, I had no choice. I just used the camera and the phone and showed some of my drawings from right out of the book. But now that I got a little bit of a setup, I want to get a little bit more professional, start doing more professional type looks. And I want to even I'm trying to learn the video processing programs so that I can put those like little funny spots you see people put in their videos, where they got clips of movies and stuff like that, and then they have stuff pasted on people's faces and doing all of that. I want to do that, like Jeremy of the Quartering. He has like SJW put on some actor's face, and the other guy doing this Star Wars thing or whatever, just to prove his point to what he's about to talk about. And I got a lot of ideas like that.
Yeah.
Like I know SJWs is trying to use the Jedi mind trick on us. So I want to do that. The ho 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 apu gotcha apu do sa. That's what Jabba the Hutt told Luke Skywalker, that the Jedi mind trick doesn't work on him. See, so I want to do all of that. I want to do all of it, but I don't know how to use the programs yet. Yeah. Well, Rebel, it's 4 hours into the stream now, and I think I'm gonna call it quits now. I think I had to take a piss anyway, so I want to hit the head, and then later on I gotta get back to. I want to see if there's anybody streaming and see what they might be talking about. See if EVS is doing anything, and then hopefully next week. And next week at the same time, we're gonna definitely hook up again. If you come through here, we're gonna do some stories.
All right.
And I'm gonna try and hopefully, if I get the money together, I'm gonna do because right now I'm on the free StreamYard plan. So once I get my StreamYard, if I get on the year plan, then I'll be able to unlimited streaming, and then I might be streaming a few more times during the week. So
okay,
that's what I'm hoping to do. I want to start picking up my activity online, making more videos, showing more stuff.
Yeah, and I guess it's good for the algorithm to have videos.
Yeah. The algorithm is looking, because every time I add more videos, I get bumped. More people start watching my stuff, and I get bumps in all of my videos. All of my videos start picking up in how many views. So that the object is to keep putting up content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was really good talking to you, man. It was nice to finally talk to you.
Yeah, good to hear your voice. Yeah. I'm glad to hear you. I got my day ones, man. I got a crew now. We got some places I could bounce story ideas off of and get that little back and forth play. This is what I wanted. The first week was terrible because I was in here talking to myself the whole time. But now we can talk back and forth, make jokes, and get like EVS and Cecil in them.
Yeah.
Because that's what makes it work, man. When you have that back and forth conversation, people cracking jokes, that's what makes it work.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what people come into Comicsgate, half of it's for the comics, but half of it's for the entertainment of the
Entertainment.
YouTube.
That's right. Now you got to remember, comics. Not all of Comicsgate are artists.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are just people who want to buy books.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, so yeah, there's space for every type of creators, customers.
That's right.
YouTubers.
That's right. That's right. Anybody who's interested. That's why I put it out there. I'm going to do a video stating the whole thing about story time and how if you want to become a demigod like Stan Lee, story time will help you become one by allowing you to make a book and put it out there, and then you get paid from it.
Yep.
That's why I thought that was a good idea. That's why I'm going to keep promoting that. Keep putting that out there, that if you want to become a storyteller, you can do that at story time.
Join
and
the
become
goddom.
Part of the goddom. That's right. Praise the goddom.
Praise the goddom.
All right, House Rebel. Right. Till next week. And maybe, well, now that you got your Twitter account active, you're going to have to start using that too, because Twitter and YouTube kind of works hand in hand. So the more Twitter followers you can get them to drive them to your YouTube account.
All right.
So I got a Facebook account and I got a Patreon. So yeah, you got to try and build up your viewership. Try to drive them to your YouTube channel. And that's the way when you're ready to come out with your comic, you got people ready there and waiting.
Yeah. Yep. Social network. Gotta stay on that.
Yep. That's part of the job. It's part of the job. I thought I was going to be able to just draw and tell my story, but nope. Gotta do the work. Gotta put the work in.
Yep.
All right, Hoth Rebel 86. One of the day ones at story time. We're signing off.
Peace.
Later, man.